Okay. Alright. Still not seeing a video feed here. Alright. Hello, anime Steven Seagal. Are you seeing a YouTube feed? Mine's still just a circle that just keeps spinning. I'm assuming that everything's good. It says excellent connection. It's just not loading the player for me. So it's probably fine. Playback error occurred. Sure. Hey Gander. Hey Hidden. Hey Foamed. Video's there? Okay. Alright. I won't worry about it then. My Chrome says it needs to update. Whatever. Whatever. Well, it's never done this to me before. I don't usually have to reload. But things are a little weird with this computer. I had a minor thing I had to deal with just before the stream went live, and I had to unplug a lot of my computers. Okay. Looks like we are okay now, though. Hey, Proto, hey, Shantok. Hey, Pro Gaming with Ed. Welcome. Hey, Alyssa. Alright. Yep, Burning Rangers. So I was testing out my setup this afternoon, and I think I know why my input monitor wasn't working for PlayStation stuff for a while. Because, the USB cables that I've been using for it just kind of stopped working. So the USB extension cable doesn't work properly, and then the long USB cables that I have also don't work. So instead, what I'm doing is I added yet another laptop to my dumbass setup, and I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laptops in front of me instead of 4. Because I'm using that to use a short USB cable to plug into the microcontroller board that I plugged into my consoles, and now you can see what buttons I'm pressing. All of this just so that you can see what buttons I'm pressing on the controller. The things I do. It's going. Ready to watch people play this game? Yep. I left the game on loop, or I left it on the main menu for a while because I was testing out the input stuff, and oh man, does this game have some anime in it. Quite some anime here. Jeez. Ugh. Hey, Ivy. So, get ready for some anime bullshit. Yep. Just the way you like it. Yep. Okay. Gotta rearrange anything here. Okay. All right. Lots of voice actors that went on to do Sonic games. That's not a incredible recommendation then for their talent. Like, oh, I guess it makes sense. These bad voice actors went on to do bad voice acting for Sonic games. Like all of them. Alright. Is this all working? Yep. Alright. I gotta be able to circle the anime. There's gonna be lots of circling. Okay. Yeah, step up or step down. Well, if the hot anime intro is anything to go by, it's probably a step up. Also, the names in this game are amazing. Of your team. Mic interference again? Alright, hold up. I actually changed something for this stream. Let me see if we have mic interference again. Alright. Tell me in a few seconds here. Alright, so I unbundled the microphone cable with the headphone cable. Is there still mic interference now? And also, I guess I can unplug the power from here. I think I'm still getting mic audio. I need to reset my Bluetooth headphones. Alright, power up. Power on. British lady has to tell me power on. Okay. We're still getting interference? Alright, hold up. I did hear it when I went back and listened to the VOD. Alright, I'm gonna turn off process. Alright, so this is the unprocessed voice, and I don't hear it now through the regular feed. Okay, so that should be just normal now. Alright. And by interference, do you mean like that crackling? The crackling when I first speak sometimes? Because that's actually normal for this type of setup. I've been trying to minimize that, but that's actually a unfortunate side effect of this type of wireless setup. The whining. Are you sure that's not just me? Me playing Moss? The TV with the anime button? No, that's that was something called a FrameMeister, the XRGB FrameMeister. That had a dedicated anime button for changing the video mode for that. I am no longer using that device. I'm using the better in most ways OSC instead, which does not have an anime button, unfortunately. Okay. I've heard this track before. Morning Thinker. Apparently this is Xenogears or something. Another game I haven't played. Alright. Okay, my setup is all messed up here from... I streamed one VR game and all of a sudden my setup is all screwed up. Okay. Alright, well, let's get going. Shall we? Burning Rangers. Sega Saturn, 1998 action game, developed by Sonic Team, known best for Billy Hatcher and the giant egg. They also made some Sonic game on it. Published by Sega. Sure. This game is pretty much blind to me. I've never played it before, besides I played like 2 minutes of it to make sure it works, but that's about it. Never seen the speedrun of it, never seen the casual playthrough of it, so might as well be blind. I remember back in the day reading a review of it in a gaming magazine back then, and it getting a glowing review. And I remember it also had there was a strategy guide in that same magazine, and it was not a long strategy guide. So that's really all I remember about this one. All right, Burning Rangers. We got Burning Rangers, Burning Rangers, Burning Rangers, BR. The original Battle Royale. All right, so we have anime jetpack guy here. We have anime headband guy. We have anime cyber mohawk guy. We have anime is she farting? Sure. All right, anime farting with explosive force lady, and then lady with no jetpack. Sure. Also Burning Rangers. Just in case you forgot what game this is, there are 1, 2, 3, 3.5 for 4 Burning Rangers on the cover of this one. Sanic Team presents a Sega Saturn exclusive E for Everybody by the ESRB. And yeah, the Sega Saturn games, at least North American ones, came in a long box. See, this is a long boy long box that you got with it. I don't like long box cases because they're somehow more fragile than the normal small CD cases, and they're larger. They take up more space. The discs don't hold very well in them, so they're pretty much inferior in every single possible way. I hate long boxes. All right, Shentok loves long boxes. I will take the differing opinion and say long boxes are the worst thing. The actual worst thing. Alright, take flight with built-in jump jets. Sure. It's wild, it's angry, it's like no enemy you faced before. Isn't it fire is what we're fighting? From the creator of Sonic the Hedgehog and Knights. That's already not a great start here. Comes the ultimate challenge, fire. Is fire the ultimate challenge, though? Alright. Strap on your jump jets and battle 50-foot firewalls, exploding fuel tanks, 1,000-degree temperatures, and the fear that the innocent victims that you must rescue aren't the only ones in danger of being barbecued alive. Ashes to ashes, you're dust. Alright. Advanced firefighting gear, a blistering breakthrough adventure from Yuji Naka, creator of Sonic the Hedgehog and Knights. Backflip, somersault, and rocket through raging firestorms. Blow away flames with multi-powered concussive blasts. Huge 3D environments. Brilliant 3D graphics. Light sourcing. Burn up the screen. Light source. Okay, so that assume... I assume that means that there's dynamic lighting in this, which... For Sega Saturn, that's kind of impressive. Though... I did leave the game running in the real-time demo they show in the title screen, and I had the frame rate counter on, and they sure have dynamic lighting, but the frame rate is a frame rate. All right, 8 levels filled with blazing infernos and terrified victims. Replays, unlock secret doors, new victims, and new areas for escalated shake and bake. Okay. So shake and bake is the technical term for what we're going to be doing. Is that a firefighting term? All right, audio cues warn of impending doom. Voice-directed navigation system. All right, so I do have my digital audio all hooked up and ready to go for this one, so we should have crystal clear digital audio for this. And yeah, that's the back of the box here. So we one player, the official Sega seal of quality. We got an icon here for the 3D control pad, which is this thing. This is the official Sega Saturn controller, or the 3D controller. The normal controller just looks like the standard long 6-button controller that has 6 buttons and 2 triggers. On the 3D controller here, we get this little switch here that lets us switch between analog control and digital control. We get this, this is the 3D button. That's what they call this. They call this a button, even though you can only just move it around. You can't press in on it. And then the triggers are analog on this controller. So this is roughly the same shape as the Dreamcast controller, but importantly, it is squared off on the little handles here, which makes this slightly easier and better to hold than a Dreamcast controller. It's still not amazing, but it is... My hands don't hurt anywhere near as much after using this thing compared to the Dreamcast controller. Alright. CRI 80X, that's just some middleware. E for Everybody, animated violence. So kids, cover your eyes, and then we got a whole bunch of Sega legalese here. Okay. Alright, here's what the disc looks like. The Sega Saturn used CDs, like almost every console of that generation. So there we go. Burning Rangers, we got some sort of robot thing on there. Sure. I don't know if there's even enemies in this game, but that might be one because that doesn't look like an anime. That looks like just a regular ass robot. So I'm assuming that's an enemy. Yep. And then we got the 1-900-200 Sega for the game secrets. It is 95 cents a minute, it looks like, for pre-recorded, and $1.35 a minute for live coaching for you to get good. And yeah, that's all I got here for that. So here's the manual for this one. Let's see here. Yep, the Sega Saturn manuals, for whatever reason, are super thorough for some reason. Like, they even tell you, like, hey, here's how you put the disc in your console. It has to be label side up and in the well of the CD tray, and then close the lid. Turn on your TV and the Sega Saturn. They just assume people are idiots that buy this. It tells you about the in-game reset, which all Sega Saturn games were, I believe, mandated to have. And it even tells you where the disc security is. Like, sure. Alright. The Burning Rangers. Prime directives. Save human life. Protect our future. Keep hope alive. Sure. Alright. It is the near future. The world has changed. The people are the same. Humanity still survives on dreams and hope. But the dreams are being forgotten, the hope is fading. It is the Burning Rangers' task to face the man-made terrors of the new age, entering the most dangerous areas to save the lives of those trapped by disaster. Their task is not only to rescue people, it is to rescue hope from the dark path the world has taken. This is some anime shit right here. Oh man. Alright, so there's the main menu. Meet the team. Okay. Alright, Sho Amabane. 21 male, 183 centimeters, 86 kilos, August 7th birthday. They don't show your blood type, so you'll never know. Yep, this is all lore. Yep. Tillis, female, 19, 164, weight 47, birthday unknown. How mysterious. Alright, yep. Lead Phoenix, which apparently, when we get into the game, this guy's name is actually supposed to be Reed, R-E-E-D. But I'm assuming this is a weird translation thing, because they clearly say Reed in the game. Yeah, so here's more lore. Here's my boy, Big Landman. Alright. 245 kilograms. So this guy is like 600 pounds. So he's like 7'8", 600 pounds. Holy shit. That is pretty big. The Big Landman. There's Chris Parton. Sure. September 10th. Yep. First generation Burning Ranger. Basic controls. Okay, so this is what the standard Sega Saturn gamepad looks like. I'm not gonna be using that, but that's what it looks like. Yep. Alright, pre-game controls, don't care. During missions, alright, D-pad controls your movement. A and C are jump thrusters. B is pulse and activate switches. Sure. The triggers are for camera control. Y and D-pad is camera control. X and Z are guidance. Okay, so it looks like it's mostly going to be A and B are the buttons we'll be using. Alright. Thrusters, thrust button is A or C. Sure, laser blast. Press and hold B until charge gate's full. Release for laser blast. Analog view control, yep. Mid-air thrust, while in the air, simultaneously press the D-pad in the desired direction. Together thrust. Okay, sure. Mid-air front somersault in the air, press thrust while pressing the D-pad up. How is that different from mid-air thrust, though? That. Alright, sure. Alright, well, I guess we'll figure that out. Back somersault, yep, same deal. Side, yep. Very much the same. Underwater, okay, good. There's water levels, great. Just what I wanted. Paddle with that, dive with B. Rise. So there's surface control and then underwater control. Surface jump, yep. Intro movie begins, yeah. Data select, yep. Select data file, yep. I'm really hoping we beat this in one go because I'm not sure about the save battery in my Saturn. So I'll probably just leave it powered on all night. Just in case. Mode select, story mode. Yep, mail is not available initially. It looks like you get mail from the people that you rescued. Sure. Alright, here's a robot. Sure. Story mode, we select either Show or Tillis, so we'll have to make that choice eventually. Training space, first time you play Burning Rangers, pursue the training, meet the rest of the team, learn the basics, yep. Then mission selects, you can only select the first 4 missions. Interesting, and there's apparently 8 missions, so... Sure. Alright, mission 1... Wow, they just straight up spoil the missions for you. Great. Alright, time in the upper left. Crystals, whatever that is. Sure. Danger limit bar, danger limit graph. Okay. Current location, bottom right. ID card, charge gauge. Sure. Time taken, number of crystals, ID card. So that's for keys. Charge gauge is pulse laser. Measure the current absolute danger level. Each 20% increment. Heat and pressure of the surroundings. Reaches a limit that triggers off explosions. Huh. Alright. Sure. B button. Flames are extinguished by pulses, and they turn into crystals? Okay. Some need a laser blast. Press and hold B to charge it up. Okay, so strong fire needs strong lasers. Occasionally confronted by enemies, you have to use lasers if you're fast enough. Okay. Laser blast can put out various types of flame. Oh, okay, so the difference is the laser will destroy the crystals, so you can't get crystals with the laser blast. But what are the crystals for? Shields and transporters require crystals to operate. Okay. Transportation requires 5 crystals. Alright. Sure. Main objective of this missions is to rescue survivors. We have a remote transport device. To transport somebody, simply approach them. Transportation requires crystals. Sake of safety, up to 10 will be used? What the hell? Okay. If 10 are used, you receive a continue. Alright, well that seems useful. Shield systems, if you're holding crystals, you'll get protection from fire and enemies. Yep. Sure. So it looks like the health system looks like it's an NES game. So it's a 1-hit kill or a 2-hit kill, I guess. Or I guess that's how Sonic works. Sophisticated comm unit. Sure. Notes. X or Z after sustaining shield damage for self-preservation. Recover more rapidly than usual. Okay. Switches. Yep, switches work. Yep. Retry. So it looks like this has a continue. So this is essentially 3D Sonic, except more anime, is the gist I'm getting from this. Because you are also technically rescuing things in Sonic. Danger limit, yep. Things get more explosive the higher that graph goes up. Okay. Yep. Mission result, yep. That's all. Yep. Password. Password is Brangers1. Sure. Random generation function. Okay, so there's randomness of level layouts, apparently. Okay. Neat. If you want to play the mission on the original map, enter that password. Huh. Alright, well, I got my notes system, so I can write down passwords. Mail is just for reading lore, it looks like. Options, yep, options are options. And then credits. There we go. Alright. Let's do it, shall we? Alright, gotta hit this button on my TV here. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, for fuck's sake, no way. Well, we better beat this in one go. Okay, it is currently 1994. And I am Japanese. That doesn't bode well. I just changed this battery like a month ago too. That's probably the worst thing. Alright. Let's see, it's this one, and then this one? Nope. No, shit. Alright, hold up. I did leave it plugged in. I've had this plugged in all day. Okay, and then this one, and then English. There we go. Alright. Okay, and I think everything else should be good. Yeah, I didn't take out any like capacitors or anything from the motherboard or anything. So this is all as it should be. Okay. All right. The epic Sega Saturn BIOS screen. All right, Burning Rangers. Let's do it. All right, so first things first, we got anime to watch. Hello, Orange Blur. My evening's been weird, but otherwise good. Hopefully you're doing well. So this game switches between 240 and 480 a lot. At least for menus. Treasure the life. Have goddess on your wings.
Burning.
Detected. Reaction on processor. February chamber fully loaded. Transfer unit setup completed. Good luck.
Pretty good. That is very anime. And then this is a fucking jam. Hey, Boix. Hey, Lee. Yeah, this is rad. Oh yeah, and then it turns into a rap song. Because of course it does. Alright, I think it's loading in the real-time demo. Yeah. So you can see this game runs real good in some spots. Shout out Wes Craven.
Where are they coming from? Risking their own lives. Only one thing we know. They only want us fighting for danger.
28th Worker Ally.
They will never let
Sure. This song feels like it could have been in Busta Groove. All right. Burning Rangers.
Got it.
Got it. All right. I guess we're playing his show. The game already decided for us. This game's got some jams. Well, the Sega Saturn could handle the most anime out of the systems of this generation. By far and away. Alright. Okay, this all looks fine. Well, this is like a 2-button game anyways, so I don't think it really matters what control layout we're using. I'm assuming this is all working. Okay, so you can tell when the Sega Saturn just kind of stops asking for inputs. Like if I hit A here, right there, I'm still spinning it, but you can tell when it stops asking for inputs. All right. The Super Nintendo does the same thing, by the way. It just kind of gives up on asking the controller what's up. All right, so we got Show and we got Tillis. All right, Tillis it is. I guess if we're playing an anime game, we might as well play as the anime waifu. All right. Game features voice navigation system. Please adjust the volume accordingly.
Okay, are you ready? I'm going to take you through the basics. Mastering these techniques are critical to becoming a ranger. I'm Chris Parton, the leader of the Burning Rangers, and your navigator for this exercise.
Chris always monitors our situation and provides us with updates. Make sure you listen to her carefully, because it may save your life.
This sounds like Half-Life
Press
dialogue.
the navigation call button when you are lost, and I'll try to help you out.
It's got this weird
This is
echo
Reed
to it.
Phoenix, he'll be helping you with the basics.
Yeah, Reed Phoenix.
Relax. Don't be nervous.
Are you ready? Press the R button to look to your right.
Yep,
Do you see that fuel tank?
I do.
Now look to your left by pressing the L button. Now you should see a door. Use the L and the R buttons to rotate the camera, okay?
Now let's begin.
Follow Reed. Use the D-pad to move in the direction you want to go.
This
Can you
is
see
the
that gap ahead?
this is the
Don't worry
analog
about
key,
it. Just keep running. You'll automatically clear small gaps. Follow me.
not the D-pad, the analog key. And you can spin in place. Seeing as this is an anime game. And also she's looking behind her for some reason. Alright, so you'll automatically clear short gaps without
You
jumping.
should be able to look around corners by pressing the L and R buttons. There are 3 different types of doors and hatches that are striped and color-coded. You have free access through blue striped doors. To open yellow striped doors, you must find and activate a switch. Switches can often be found right next to the doors, but some may be located in different rooms. Red doors cannot be opened. Once they're closed, that's it. Also, you need to know that there are doors that only work in one direction. You can only enter the door from the blue stripe side.
Okay, next exercise.
Tillis, I'd like to introduce you to Big Landman.
Big
He's our
Landman.
most skillful ranger.
Yes.
He's a veteran firefighter, and you might have seen him on TV or in the newspapers.
A ranger can never be too careful. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, don't worry. You'll understand what I'm saying later.
Alright, Big
Now
Landman.
we'll show you how to use your jetpack. You can jump up by pressing the jump button. If you press the jump button while in the air, your jetpack will deliver an extra boost that allows you to jump higher and get more distance.
Here, watch me, and you'll see what I mean.
Big is on the platform above and to your left. Now press and hold the camera button and use the D-pad to locate him.
Is he named after Big the Cat?
Can you see him? Okay, now jump onto the platform where Big is standing.
They just call him Big.
Take it easy. You can do it.
All right. Thanks,
I think
Big.
You got it.
That was real hard.
Now, press the action button. When you find a console panel with a light on, stand next to it and press the action button. Some doors can be opened this way. Reed is standing next to the door you just opened. Now go find him.
Oh, okay. You automatically hop off
Well
of.
done, rookie. Okay, let's go to the next room.
Now, pay attention. This is very important. The crystals. Crystals are concentrated forms of energy. Using its energy, our suits generate a shield which protects us from all fire hazards. Okay, now collect all the crystals in the room.
Yeah, I take a stable 20 over an unstable, like 30-ish.
Well done, rookie.
So it could be worse.
Okay, let's move on.
Tillis, meet Sho. He's a new recruit and our newest member.
Hi, I'm Sho. I'm a Barney. Man, I am psyched. Becoming a Burning Ranger is way cool. Let's do it.
Okay, let's go back to our training exercises. Now you'll learn how to put out fires. Use your pulse laser by pressing the action button.
Here, I'll show you how.
The pulse laser absorbs the flame's energy and transforms the energy into crystals. Your shield increases with each crystal you collect, so it's a very good idea to collect as many crystals as possible. Now it's your turn. Put out the fire and collect the crystals.
Tillis, what's up? Are you scared?
Firefighting is a fundamental part of your job. Always try to extinguish any fire that you can.
You'll be able to recognize the intensity of the fire by its color. Red flames are weak. Generally, one shot will extinguish them. But the blue flames, which you see there, are much tougher to put out. Several shots from your pulse gun are needed to put these flames out. So be careful when you see different colored flames. Next, let me introduce you to the laser blast. Press and hold down the action button for a few seconds. Then release the action button. This allows you to discharge a very powerful blast. Look at the gauge at the bottom of the screen to monitor your charge. Release the button when the gauge is full.
It's showtime!
Laser blasts are extremely powerful, but remember crystals cannot be formed when hit with them, so keep an eye on your energy level before using a laser blast.
Tillis, use the laser blast to put out the fire in front of you.
Don't forget, you won't get any crystals with a laser blast. Okay, let's go to the next room.
Okay, now how to pull off an evasive maneuver. Before an explosion occurs, you'll hear a whistling sound. If you press down on the D-pad before the explosion, you will automatically avoid the blast. Reed will demonstrate this for you.
Watch carefully.
Tillis, it's your turn.
Okay.
Let's go!
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I flip right back into the fire. Great.
Okay, this is the last part of our training exercises. This is the last exercise, but the most rewarding part of our job. The rescue and transport of survivors to the burning ship.
It's pretty basic. All you need to do is walk up to the survivor.
The most important thing to remember is that you need to have at least 5 crystals in order to generate enough power to transport the survivors.
Time out.
Okay, let's try it.
Hold up.
Don't forget to collect the 5 crystals first.
We're transporting them to a burning ship? What? What is the point?
I need to collect crystals first. Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport.
Tillis, you can do better than that.
What?
Hopefully, you should be ready for the mission now.
I saved him.
Don't worry, I'm sure. Well, you'll be okay. Chris?
We've got an emergency signal. Burning Rangers, let's go.
Roger!
Okay. I wonder if they're applying that that audio effect in software, if that's just part of the recording. That sounds like they're recording in a sewer pipe.
Chris to all Rangers. The energy core temperature is reaching dangerous levels. Reports confirm that workers are still trapped inside. Rangers report to the emergency staging area for immediate transport.
No, we're anime space
Joe and
firefighters.
Big, take point and contain the spread of the fire for the rescue team.
Roger!
Tillis and Reed, proceed to the control room located underground in basement level number 1.
Roger!
Okay. Basement 1. What the fuck?
Press the Z button for navigation. I'll guide you.
Chris!
In front of you and towards the left. The fire is spreading faster than I thought. Tillis, be careful.
Okay.
I'm here to save you. Hold on!
I'm scared.
Stay calm, you'll be fine. Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport.
Sure.
Transport complete. Here's the first one.
Yeah, I bet that first room was it's probably scripted to have everything explode right in front of you.
This is Tillis!
The door on your left.
Oh, which
Listen
left?
for a sound before the explosion, okay, Tillis?
What explosion? Oh.
Watch out!
Did she make that explosion? She could have just not caused the explosion.
You'll be able to go from there.
Oh. Sure. I dodged that without even realizing I had to dodge. I'm just so good at this game. Okay. Alright, so controls to me are a little weird in this. Like it feels this should be a twin stick game. Like have camera control on the right stick.
I'm here to save you.
But there is no
Hold
right
on.
stick.
I can't breathe. Don't talk. Everything will be all right. Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport. Transport complete. Well done, Tillis.
Probably going to
Looks
be an
like the shutter
explosion
won't
here.
budge. There should be an emergency override switch nearby. Try locating it. Tillis, Sector D-101 has an elevator leading underground. Head towards Sector D-102 where the plant site is located. Reed,
The speed machine has been destroyed. I've secured this area. Rangers, use extreme caution.
Okay, we got a static camera here and a really good frame rate.
This is Tillis.
keep moving forward.
Ah, excuse me. What? What? Oh. Okay.
Chris!
Go straight.
Straight from where? What? Which straight? What?
Chris!
Chris?
The door on your left.
Oh.
Enter that room. Cross that bridge and proceed through the door.
Chris!
The door in front of you.
Chris,
Your
how?
shield's breaking up.
Oh, shit.
Chris!
The door behind you. Keep going straight.
But I'm still not sure what to make of this meter at the top.
This is Tillis.
To your left.
And here's that dynamic lighting. Notice the shots don't have dynamic lighting. It's just our anime.
This is Tillis.
Give me a second.
This is Tillis.
Proceed with caution. Use your best judgment.
Chris.
Give me a second.
I don't have good judgment. I'm playing an anime
Slow
game.
down.
Alright.
That door will not open unless the power is restored. Find the emergency override switch. There should be a switch near you. The power has been restored. Keep moving.
Chris.
Go straight. Tillis, there should be an elevator directly in front of you. It will take you underground to sector D-103. Look for the elevator hallway.
This is Ben. I found the elevator. It looks like it still works. I'm heading down.
Roger.
Okay. Alright, I need anime turn-by-turn directions.
Keep going straight.
We got green fire?
That door. There is an elevator door straight ahead. Looks like the emergency override switch is in another room. A door has been activated. Come back.
Back where?
Turn to the right. Looks like there's a switch in this sector.
Switch? Hello? What? Okay, well I hit the switch right when that blew up, so we're
The
good.
inner shutter opened. Let's go in.
This is Tillis.
What shutter?
In front of you and towards the right. Take a left there.
Doctor! Doctor!
Are you okay? I'm here to help you. Are there any survivors in there?
The doc just went in there.
Okay, leave him to me. Don't worry.
Confirming the transport coordinates. Begin transport. Transport confirmed. Tillis, get down there immediately.
Roger.
How did she open the door? Alright.
Tillis, the power has been shut off here too. Hurry and find the emergency override switch.
Oh man, frame rate is
Turn to
really
the
good
right.
here.
Go up.
Go up where? And how? A second, let's jump. Oh my god.
This is Tillis.
Give me a second.
How can I... Okay, I guess we're going this way.
What happened? Report.
I got blown up. That's what happened. Alright. Great. Perfect. My anime turn-by-turn directions.
Tillis, the
Let me
power has
down.
been shut off here too. Hurry and find the emergency override switch.
Oh. Okay.
Watch out!
What? Am I supposed to laser blast this? Oh, or just jump over it. Sure.
Wow!
Oh, that is...
Listen for any sounds. They'll help you avoid explosions.
I could have used that advice like 2 minutes ago, anime lady. Alright.
Sir, can you get up?
Please, save me.
I'm here to save you. Don't move, okay? Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport. Transport complete. Well done, Tillis.
Still haven't found the power switch for this area.
This is Tillis.
Enter the door in front of you.
Yeah?
The door in front of you.
This is Tillis.
In front of you and towards the left.
Oh, shit. Okay, alright. Oh,
Go up.
shit. Alright. I keep forgetting what the fire button is. Shit. Oh, God.
Chris,
Go straight.
Chris.
The door in front of you.
Oh, shit. That's not the fire button. Okay. Maybe I should remap the controls.
This is Tillis.
There should be a switch near you.
This is Tillis. I found the emergency override switch.
Okay.
The power has been restored. Now you can move on.
This is Reed. I'm in the central control room. I'll release all the control valves at once.
Good job, Reed.
Of course.
Reed, what happened?
Chris, the energy generator just kicked in.
The central computer just canceled the command locally. What's this? I'm getting life force readings near the computer. You're the closest. Check it out.
Copy that. This is Tillis.
Go left.
Quick! This place is about to explode!
Transport. Get away, now.
Damn.
Coordinates set.
Transport complete. Thanks, Show.
Chris.
Jump up.
Chris.
Go straight.
Chris.
Turn left. It's moving into the plant site. Tillis,
This is Tillis.
to your left.
Oops, I think my anime Google navigation's over some plot dialogue. There's like this weird...
Show, I've located the elevator shaft. I'm going in.
Roger.
Show, make sure you focus on the rescue.
Man, you worry too much.
I wonder if it's easier to do the backward dodges with the D-pad control.
The door on your right.
This is Tillis!
You're going backward.
What? Hold up.
Chris!
Turn left.
Chris!
Go left. Go down.
Camera? I feel like I'm just struggling with this camera.
Chris!
Go down.
Yeah. I shouldn't even have to press the call Chris button anymore, because they should just know by now.
I found a survivor. Hey, can you get up?
What are you doing? Do something about that monster.
What?
This is bad.
Tillis, set the doctor's coordinates immediately. Your priority is to secure the doctor's safety.
Roger, set coordinates.
Hurry, get out of here.
Confirming transport coordinates. Begin transport.
What's he looking at?
Confirmed.
Is there...
Chris!
Give me a second. Hey, what are you doing?
Listen to me, young lady. We've been experimenting with genetically altering an extinct species of flower. It mutated and is growing quicker than expected. That thing has taken control of the central computer. If you destroy the core of the mutated plant, all its roots will wither and the computer will be restored to normal, I hope.
The core is located in the farthest room.
Roger.
Oh. Yeah, now this is suddenly Resident Evil.
Chris!
Go up.
Alright, up there. Oh man, frame rate's really good in here. Solid 15 FPS. Oh no, don't backflip. Okay. Oh geez, alright. Yep, this... Sure. Okay. Hopefully I don't have to do super precise platforming with these controls, because... Oh man. Like, I can see why the movement tech would be cool in this, but...
Yes, that's it. The center of that flower is the core. Aim at that.
He's sweating like a hot pony? Is that what she said?
The energy plant control unit is back to normal, and the people we rescued are checking out fine at the medical center.
There's Ava guy.
We are returning back to base.
Good job.
All right.
Nice work, guys.
Yeah!
Chris to all Rangers. The energy core temperature is reaching dangerous levels. Reports confirm that workers are still trapped inside. Rangers report to the emergency
Rescued
station
5 out of
from
12?
transport.
Shit.
Showing Big,
All right.
take point and contain the spread
Big
of
the
fire
cat.
to the rescue team.
Roger.
Tillis
This is
3, control room located underground in
D2H.
basement level number 1.
Roger!
5E4. That's either an I or sure.
Press this
Sure.
button for navigation. I'll guide you.
Chris!
In front of you and towards the left. The fire is spreading faster than I thought. Tillis, be careful.
Hey, C's get Burning Rangers degrees. And the boss said good job, so good enough.
Chris to all Rangers, a fire has been reported at Ocean Park in New Zealand. Cause is unknown. The facility's evacuation system is down. About 30 people are still trapped inside. Our mission is to rescue them. Got it?
Roger!
Man, they just
Joe, Tillis, head for the director's office.
dump you right into it.
Cause of the fire in that sector.
Roger!
Are you really asking me to compare this to Roscoe McQueen Firefighter Extreme?
Enter the room.
That is a tough choice there. Because as a firefighting game, I don't know. Roscoe McQueen is tough to beat.
I'm entering the water channel!
Okay, be careful.
This is Reed. Chris, are you sure there are only 30 people left in this facility?
Yes, the report sent to us says the park was closed today. Only maintenance crews are inside.
Weird that the tutorial didn't cover underwater stuff, but clearly there's a whole mission based on it.
Tillis, go straight on your current heading.
Chris, the structure of this place is a bit unusual, isn't it?
Yes, the upper part of the facility is a theme park, and the lower section is a research laboratory to study marine life. So don't get lost, okay?
Why did it? I do like that these
Turn
pulses
left.
home in.
Look for the switch that will open the firewall.
Why'd you tell me to turn left then? What? Chris, what the fuck? Turn left, haha, gotcha.
Tillis, there should be an air duct in that room. You should be able to enter it.
Okay!
A shutter is open.
Mighty Switch Force is a... You're like
Turn right.
a cop or something in that one?
Listen for any sounds. They'll help you avoid explosions.
Whoa. They're just using
I don't like this.
tutorial prompts. This is not going great.
This corridor is underwater. Are there any alternate routes?
No, you'll have to take this corridor. You should be okay using your suit.
Yeah. Okay. Here I go.
Let's just do this. This is a lot of fire in here. Okay.
This is Tillis.
I cannot access the map of the area you are in.
Chris? The fuck? Is this just a bonus room?
Chris!
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
Okay, that was just a get a bunch of crystals room, I guess.
Tillis, do you see a water tank? There should be a very large one in that area.
Yeah? What about it?
Oh, poor thing. Don't worry, I'll help you.
It looks like the water circulation system is stopped. There must be a control room in this area.
Is that
Got
Echo?
another read on the monitor. It could be another survivor. This should be the correct route to the office, but...
Man, I still don't like this camera. Like it
Control room is right above you.
just doesn't respond half the time, and the other half of the time it responds when I don't want it to.
Circulation system reactivated. A shutter has been unlocked. Get going.
Chris!
Go down from there.
Chris!
Turn back.
What? Oh, that was a door. Okay.
You must hurry.
This is Tillis!
Go straight.
This is big. I found 15 people, and no one seems to be injured.
Great, we can set the transport coordinates from here. Chris, you can concentrate on navigation now.
Thanks.
Chris!
Turn right.
I got a button to press first.
Watch out! Careful. Your shield is out.
It's a lot of crystals. What? Why didn't it give me all those crystals?
Get in the elevator.
I'm in the elevator.
Andrew.
I'm going in.
Send a notification but doesn't show on your subscription page. YouTube things? Maybe unsubscribe and resubscribe? Perhaps? I don't know.
Chris, I think the dolphin...
Tillis, the director's office is on that floor, but we have no available data on the layout. You must find the director's office on your own.
Roger.
Did I just kill the dolphin?
This is big. I found some survivors, and some of them are visitors, not maintenance crew.
That's strange. Our report said that the park was closed today.
I'll send them out. Maybe you can get some info.
Hey, are you alright?
Signs are light.
Are
No,
you
no,
here to
no.
Save me?
You definitely don't want to be in that elevator during a fire.
Can count on me.
Like the, in the old building that I used to live in,
Coordinates set.
anytime the
Coordinates
fire
confirmed.
alarm went off,
Transport.
the power went off, or there was an earthquake, a giant, like, shutter
Complete.
would close
There are
over the
many
front of the
squares. They're
elevator.
still trapped inside. It's going to be tough finding them all.
So they really didn't want you using the elevator. And if you're inside the elevator, then good luck. You're peeing on the floor. If you weren't already.
This is Tillis.
Go left.
Here?
In front of you and toward. Don't depend on your shield too much.
The hell? Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, there are enemies, apparently.
This is Reed. I found a kid. This doesn't look good. I seriously doubt he's part of the maintenance crew. Obviously, something's not right.
I'm checking out the current situation now. Set the coordinates.
Roger.
I found someone! A boy! Okay, son, just relax. You'll be fine. Coordinates set.
Confirmed. Transport.
It's just infinite fire.
Enter the room.
Probably more robots in there.
You need to find the ID card. The office is down there.
I found you!
Who are you?
I'm here to rescue you. Do you know what caused the fire?
That earthquake.
But there was no earthquake recorded.
I'll send you out. You can answer questions later. Coordinates set. You got a call from somewhere.
Confirmed. Ready to transport.
Can anybody hear us? This is security at the recreation area. Is anybody there? We have about 200 visitors trapped inside here. We need help.
200? That's not what our reports say.
Chris!
Tillis, head to the monitor room. We need accurate data, fast. Use the ID card to open the hatch.
Okay.
Hurry up. Lives are at stake.
This is Reed.
They're always at
I'm
stake.
entering the water channel.
This is Big. I'm right behind him.
Roger. Reed, Big, you're not moving. What's the situation?
The security robots.
It's all right. They're finished. Let's go.
Okay, hurry up.
What is with these weird transitions? Like, alright, we got another robot.
Tillis, there's a large energy reading in your area. Watch yourself.
This is Reed. We're almost in the recreation area. Man, there's fire everywhere.
We're going in.
Be careful.
I guess the nice part about using the analog stick is it dodges for me sometimes.
There's not 200 people down here. There's even more.
Just relax, Reed. We'll just transport them one by one.
Okay, here I am. Accessing the facility's database. Chris, get ready for the data download.
Oh,
The
checkpoints.
director said that there was a special event today and that more than 200 children were invited. Reed and Big are already there for the rescue.
I'm going there to help too.
You must evacuate. It's too far from your location. We don't have enough time.
Chris, the dolphin was saying something about a monster. This may be the key to saving everyone. I'm gonna find out what he's talking about.
She speaks dolphin?
Monster. Tillis, what are you talking about?
Chris, We're not gonna save them all if I don't do anything. I don't want to see another child suffer like I had to. I'm going to save their future. I'm not gonna give up.
Alright, this got much more anime very quickly.
Tillis, count me in. We can do it.
Thanks. Let's go.
Big, cover this area. I'll check the next sector.
Got it. Be careful.
This is Reed. I found some survivors. They're all kids. I'll send them out immediately.
I'm here to save you. Hold on.
How late are you? 1 hour, 16 minutes, 58 seconds. But welcome. You missed lots of anime.
It must have been frightening, but you're safe now.
What detect your second monitor?
Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport. Transport complete.
If you only have 2 monitors,
Nice work,
then unplug both of them from your graphics card and plug them in one at a time. Like, I know most graphics cards don't let you plug in more than 4, which I know is first world problems, but it's a problem that I've run into with my setup. But 2 monitors generally shouldn't be an issue. So you probably just need to replug everything.
Chris!
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
Nope.
Sir, can you get up?
You reading a book?
Please, I've fallen and I can't get up.
Excuse me. You know I'm doing my best. Coordinates set.
Alright.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport. Transport complete. Keep up the good work, Tillis.
This is Tillis.
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
Available here. What? So that's where I came from. This is just a closed shutter. There's nothing above me. Is there anything in the start menu? Oh, start just does that. Okay.
Chris!
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
Alright, doesn't seem to be anything above me. Alright, that just everything is exploding. Okay. So I'm going back in here. Yep, these incredible Sega Saturn transparency.
Chris!
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
This is Tillis.
I cannot access the map of the area you are in.
Chris!
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
This is Tillis.
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
Am I going this way? Am I going back to the dolphin? I already hit the button.
Chris!
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
Well, let me go up there. Oh.
dropped. Are you all right?
Resupplying energy to the shields. I'm fine. Back to our mission.
Please be careful. Watch out.
Whoop. Thought I dodged that.
Don't depend on your shield too much.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what the top bar is about. I know that the limit thing is... if once it gets above 20, you start getting the explosions, the random explosions. And so far, most of the game takes place above 20%.
We can't
Oh,
reach
man.
the lower level from here. Let's take a shortcut.
These beautiful disappearing walls. I guess they figured that would be hidden by overscan.
A water purification tank.
Hello? You gonna...
Watch out!
Okay, can't,
This is Tillis.
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
Yes, jump right into that fire. Great job, Tillis.
Oh, there you are. Can you help me out? Can you take me to the bottom of this building? Wow, this is great. Whee!
That they're going up. All right.
Thank you. I'll take care of the rest.
Tillis,
I'm not going back.
the new data analysis indicates an existence of a huge energy reading at the bottom. Maybe this is what you were talking about.
Chris!
Tillis, I believe you.
This is Reed. How's Tillis doing? Where is she?
She's almost there. Hold on.
Come on, Tillis. We know you can do it.
Man, this is... There's so much inspirational dialogue in this game. Come on, Tillis. We did excruciating long training for a whole 5 minutes.
Hey,
You
are
trained
all right?
most of your life for this.
I don't want to die.
You can count on me. Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport. Transport complete. Nice work, Tillis.
Yeah, got text. Yeah, well that would check out for how they did it back then. Get in that booth and record these lines on the page. That's all you get.
Show!
Tillis, follow me.
Yeah, right. Eat my dust.
I've moved the survivors to safer ground. Restarting the transporting process now.
Oh man, this frame rate.
Hang in there.
Tillis,
This
don't
is
rush.
not 29.
Okay. Proceed carefully.
Oh, there's... Yep. That is not Shamu TM. So it looks like you don't even have to press down on the D-pad. You can just press the shoot button once you hear the fire noise.
You're a brave girl. I like that. It hurts! It hurts!
That doesn't sound brave.
Stay calm. You'll be fine. Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport. Transport complete.
Okay, I'm with you.
Chris!
Enter the door in front of you. Tillis, hurry up.
Ah, the first sealed gallery.
Enter the door facing you.
There's a... Surely this is... the Walrus Gallery. No, there's somebody planking over here.
Hey, are you alright?
Clearly not.
Why? Why is this happening to me?
Okay.
Okay, just relax. I'm here to save you.
What's with the... Did you see that? The black shadow around her?
Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport.
Alright, Belly Forest.
Transport complete.
Tillis, you're doing a good job.
Are there 100% categories for this, Shentok? I'm just curious. I'm not implying I'm going to do any sort of speedrun in this game. But I'm assuming that there's a... Yeah, what is with this... Yeah, so there's like a weird shadow around her. And it's... Alright, that's bothering me. No one's done one, okay. So you're saying it's a free world record for you, Shentok?
Tillis, there's a large energy reading.
Considered reading it? Well, a quarantine is the perfect time to route some Burning Rangers speedrun content. Is thematically appropriate.
Jump into the water.
Grampus Path.
This is Tillis!
Proceed with caution.
Oh. Nothing's changed. Nice. Same here. Big mood. Oh, what's going on with that meter?
I won't be
okay.
able to provide accurate navigation data while you're in the water, so be careful.
We're running out of crystals! I can't transport any more survivors!
Show's on his way. Hold on, Tillis. The reading is right at the connecting joint sector 919. Too much damage there could cause the entire building to collapse. Copy that?
Roger.
You're back at the same tank.
Boy, what are you doing here?
Tillis, what is he saying?
He says there's a monster below. He says it's been the cause of this mess. What? Can you take me there?
Oh, alright, Dolphin. Where'd you go? Dolphin? Dolphin's just kind of hanging out.
Look around. There must be a channel you can go into.
Tillis, don't lose him!
Okay, clearly can't go that way. Oh, there you go. Okay. And then up, probably? Okay.
Chief, what exactly is under the lab?
An old transmitting device was found when the lab was built, but I don't think that caused the earthquake.
Why couldn't I just do this the whole time?
Tillis, I don't have the full data of the area you're in now. You must find a way out.
Tillis, time is running out!
Tillis, hurry up, but don't panic.
Tillis, we're running out of time, but don't panic. We're all depending on you. Dumbass anime girl.
Tillis, quick. There's not much time left.
Okay, just a second.
More water is coming in. Hurry up, Tillis.
You can do it!
Don't depend on your shield too much.
Alright, that opened a door other side.
Jump into the water. Tillis, destroy the central joint where the monster exists. That will detach the upper dome section.
Okay, great. Now how am I gonna deal with the monster?
I can't believe my eyes.
Can you hear me? It's okay now. Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport. Transport complete.
Good work, Tillis.
Alright. Central joint. Something underwater. Hello? Drop.
Tillis, there are a number of energy readings around you.
Oh, jeez. What the fuck am I supposed to do there? The camera is just like doing whatever it wants. Where's this gonna put me? Okay, this is the guy I missed. Alright. Oh, yeah. And now, okay, I can't go in there.
Tillis, there are a number of energy readings around you. What happened? Report.
I got shot. That's what happened. Chris? And the camera's doing amazing things. Okay. Just gotta make sure the door doesn't close behind us like last time. Alright.
Hurry up, lives are at stake.
Animate. What happened to you get used to it, Chintok?
Come in, Chris. Stupid radio. So you're the problem child.
Oh, God.
Get out of the water.
Oh shit. Whew. All right. Got him.
Did Tillis make it? Hey, are we floating up?
She did it. She destroyed the joint. Everyone's safe.
Tillis!
Chris, where's Tillis? What happened to her?
Don't worry. She's okay.
There she is!
This is great! Chris, it's okay if I ride on his back for a while, right? Please?
Okay, but only if I can get to ride first.
It turned out that the transmitter in the lab was functional at the time it was destroyed. A signal was sent to the quadrant RK-404 on the third satellite orbit. An old space colony is being disassembled in that sector. Investigate the area and find the other transmitter. Find out who the signal was sent for.
Understood. We're already on our way. Show, hurry it up.
Okay, I got it.
Reed, engage the engines.
Engines engaged.
Radar is clear. All systems are green.
Navigation set. All systems go.
Okay, we're all set to go.
Burning chip, prepare for launch.
Is there a fire where we're going? Otherwise, why are we going here? Sure. All right. D Y J S P 4 I K 2B. All right, I'm gonna step away for a minute. I'll be back. I'm gonna leave this running here. I will be back though.
Enter the room. Okay, be careful.
This is Reed. Chris, are you sure there are only 30 people left in this facility?
Yes, the report sent to us says the park was closed today. Only maintenance crews are inside. Tillis, go straight on your current heading. Yes, the upper part of the facility is a theme park, and the lower section is a research laboratory to study marine life. Just don't get lost, okay?
Don't you feel like you've just...
This is Quadrant T119, Sector RK-404. Crews are working on Firebird. Can you hear me? That's strange. There's no response.
What's the point of waiting here?
That's great. They just throw you right the fuck in the next one on what's clearly a pause screen. Okay. Sure. Fantastic. All right. Okay, so we're in space now, I guess. Sure. Good old Sega game design. All right.
Let's go investigate.
Let's do this.
Okay. Reed and Tillis, I want you two to enter from the main dock. Big and Show, enter from the starboard port.
Roger.
Oh, this is actually
This is Tillis.
Go straight.
Oh, geez. Okay. Hopefully there isn't that
Is
much
this your
zero
first
G
real
here.
mission in zero gravity? Well, get used to it.
Get used to it. There's only 3 more levels. 5 more levels.
Looks like that elevator will only ascend.
What, you want me to stream Police Knots at some point?
Simulated gravity of 0.9 G. I've also secured oxygen in this area.
This is Show. I've also
I think there's a translation for it.
What an old colony. Guess I'll have to be careful where I step.
I guess I could. Oh, it's on Saturn? Okay. Do I need the a light gun for it? Because I don't have a light gun.
This is Tillis.
In front of you and towards the left.
Towards the left. Yes.
You should be able to see a switch on the other side.
The mouse is the best way. Okay. I probably have to get the Japanese Saturn mouse.
This is the computer control room.
I don't know if the North America even got the mouse, or I'd have to rig up my own with an Arduino.
Chris!
Give me a second.
What?
Chris!
Chris?
Proceed with caution.
Oh.
Use your best judgment.
Chris, I'm an idiot though. I have a action replay cartridge that, so my system's weird. I have it's a Japanese Model 1 Saturn.
Chris!
Turn back.
What? It's a Japanese Model 1 that has a flash card in it, but I have it set to US region, I think, or I have some weird arrangement with my Saturn.
This is Reed. I found machine parts, which look like they're in the process of being dismantled, but I don't see anyone.
Watch out!
Well, this is a continued gone already, it looks like. Oh, okay, good.
Those robots are programmed to work on the exterior walls. So why is it here? Go up. There should be a switch on top. Try climbing up to reach it.
Yeah,
With that, the shutter should open.
my system is weird. Oh, wait, what? Where am I going? Because the REA or the flash card or whatever does something weird with the region settings. So in order to play Japanese games on this Japanese console, I think I have to have the cartridge in, or something like that, or I don't. It's weird. I figured it out at one point, and then I've forgotten everything that I figured out. Okay, so maybe that door at the bottom is open now.
Chris!
No data available here. Proceed with caution.
And yeah, I flashed it.
Aged quite a bit. Proceed carefully.
I flashed it to the whatever it is, the Kai.
Not that way.
The Kai version of the cart.
The door
And
has been activated. Come back.
and it screwed up something with
Tillis, what are you doing coming back?
time out. Tillis, come back, and then immediately afterwards, Tillis, what are you doing coming back? What?
This is the escape port. Doesn't look like anyone's here. There's only one escape pod left.
Show, what happened?
Nothing. I will continue to investigate.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing in this stage. Alright. Blayman, why were we even on this station? There's nobody to save here, I thought.
Tillis, is this your first real mission in zero gravity? Well, get used to it.
Enter the door. Looks like that elevator will only ascend. You should be able to see a switch on the other side.
Okay, switch on the other side. Also, let me point out here. Nice chart, bro. It looks like it doesn't completely redraw the chart if you retry. So our chart went from 100% to
This is the
0.
computer control room.
Okay, so what's the significance of this room?
This is big. I've passed through the airlock. Confirmed simulated gravity of 0.9 G. I've also secured oxygen in this area.
This is Show. I've also passed through the airlock. Man, what an old colony. Guess I'll have to be careful where I step.
This is Reed. I found machine parts, which look like they're in the process of being dismantled, but I don't see anyone.
Something must have happened.
Affirmative. I will continue my investigation.
Those robots are programmed to work on the exterior walls. So why is it here? There should be a switch on top. Try climbing up to reach it.
Come on, get off of... Ah.
With that, the shutter should open.
Okay, which shutter? So it's not that. Oh, it's this? This door?
There should be a switch around here somewhere.
I hit the switch. Okay. So there is a shutter somewhere. So it's not that central door. This is just doesn't go anywhere.
It has aged quite a bit. Proceed carefully. Tillis, not that way.
things are gonna start blowing up here real quick. That used up all my shields.
A door has been activated. Come back.
Okay, that's that door that, okay.
It's the escape port. Doesn't look like anyone's here. There's only one escape pod left.
Show, what happened?
Nothing.
Now I know what door that
To
is.
investigate.
Okay. Alright, we did it.
Go straight.
We got our checkpoint. I died right before the checkpoint. Great.
It's dangerous here. You'll have to stop your work.
What? You think you can just come in here and tell us what to do? We can't stop dismantling just because a small meteorite hit the colony.
Just a meteorite. Tillis, leave this one to me, and go rescue the workers.
Okay, leave the rescue to me, big guy.
Big Landman is like 8 feet tall, but his in-game model sure doesn't look like it. Unless this other guy is really tall. What the hell is this? Oh. Yeah. 2 whole songs. Oh man.
I just heard from Big that there are a total of 5 crew members. Hurry.
This is Tillis.
Go straight.
You've got to listen to us.
No way. You're just acting like big shots because you think we're too stupid to think for ourselves. What a jerk.
Now! Do I need to remove you by force?
No. Okay, we're going. But I'll need to escape using the work cargo ship. That's the one thing I can't compromise.
What is it? I feel like I'm being sucked in. I need to collect crystals first.
You won't be able to access anything unless you have an ID card.
Where's the crystals?
Oh, that explosion
I'm out of crystals.
thing took most of my crystals.
Show it's dangerous.
Dude.
Don't depend on your shield too much.
And there's my crystal. What the fuck am I supposed to do about this? Like, I can get him back, but...
You'll need an ID card to access the door, which leads to a control terminal in the other room.
Are there crystals here? Oh good, there's one of these things.
What happened? Report.
Great, and now I have 2 crystals. Cool.
What happened? Report.
Oh my god. Dude. Okay, I guess I gotta wait for the random explosions now.
Watch out!
And now I'm back to... Seriously? The fuck can I do here? maybe the fires reappear on the last area I was in? No, it's a one-way door.
Listen for any sounds. They'll help you avoid explosions.
Okay, that's a one-way door. That is no go. No go. There's actually nothing I can do. This game, according to How Long to Beat, by the way, this game is 2 hours long.
Look out.
I'ma say that's probably bullshit. The official How Long to Beat.
I just heard from Big that there are a total of 5 crew members. Hurry, Andy.
90 minutes? There's 8 missions, though. This is mission 3. What? Or are you doing the usual thing where... Oh, there's only 4 missions. Okay.
You're just acting like big shots because you think
Oh,
we're too stupid.
yeah, it must be 4 for each character, and that's how they pad it out. Okay. That makes more sense. There goes my fucking crystal... What? Dude!
No.
Okay.
We're going. We need to escape using the work cargo ship. That's the one thing I can't compromise.
Dude! Dude, my crystals! Give me
Where's the crystals?
crystals! Give me my crystals! Motherfucker! Oh my god. Seriously? I need to rescue this
I
guy.
feel like I'm being sucked in.
Oh, fuck, dude. What are you supposed to do about this? And then this thing doesn't give you crystals, like... Okay, crystals. Got them. Alright. We just need to bring these back to... Yeah, they need to be rescued, and now we can beat the fucking level.
I'm here to save you. Hold on.
I don't want to die.
You can count on me. Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport. Transport complete.
Alright. Now I
You won't be
can...
able to access anything unless you have an ID card.
Info vision?
With that ID card, one of the doors is opened.
Alright. Crystals are extremely precious in this level.
I'm out of crystals. I need
man.
Where's the crystals?
Good question, game. Where's the crystals? The door must have been over here.
Listen for any sounds. They'll help you avoid it. Watch out!
Dude, how the...
You'll need an an ID card to access the door, which leads to a control terminal in the other room.
So which door open? Okay. Alright, more crystals. Maybe I need that other guy's ID card. Okay. And that was this way.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Who are?
Okay, no need to talk. Just take it easy. Coordinates set.
Coordinates confirmed. Transport.
There go all my crystals.
Transport complete.
Yeah. Alright, so I gotta go back to that switch room, I guess. I'm assuming these doors... Alright, those are switch operated doors. It was over here. Or not.
Show it's dangerous. Stay back.
No, wait! People are still out there!
Find another route then. Remember, don't just rush into things.
This is Tillis!
Stay alert until the fire's completely out.
I thought blue fire... Oh, you can get blue fire with these. Okay. And then, of course...
breaking up.
The fuck are you supposed to do about that?
Nobody's there. Turn back.
Okay. Air dash. Okay, what, is that like that? The direction and then jump at the same time? Oh. Because I've been trying to do that. And I guess I'm still too close to it. Huh. Okay, that one's at a junction. So probably this one. I don't think it's that one.
I'm here to save you. Just stay calm, okay?
I don't want to die.
It's like a Mega Man slide.
Count on me.
That doesn't help me. I've never played Mega Man. Or at least
Coordinates set.
I've never played the not good Mega Man games. Meaning I've only played Mega Man Legends.
Transport complete.
And there was no sliding in Mega Man Legends because that game was too good that it didn't need slides. No slides needed. Oh, okay. Getting all these crystals, they're just going to be taken away from me the next time there's a hull breach. Can't wait.
One of the doors is open because of your ID card.
Okay, it should be this one. Alright, I'm feeling there's gonna be a whole breach. Yep.
What happened?
Dude, I'm mashing. You could probably see me fucking mashing. And now I lost all my fucking crystals. Dude.
Tillis, that area has already been secured. Go in through gate B03.
Roger.
Like, what more can I do? I am mashing the fuck out of that. Hello? Fire?
Ow!
Oh, great. And hit a switch for that.
Proceed in from gate B03.
Alright, finally a checkpoint. Good lord. Okay.
This is Reed. Found 2 crew members. I will transport them one at a time.
Roger. Good.
Chris, I found a stowaway.
Oh my. Aren't you, Mel? What are you doing here?
I was hiding with my brother. He said he was going to look at the meteorite, and he hasn't come back yet.
All Rangers, look for the boy immediately.
That's some great voice acting. Enunciating every single syllable.
You won't be able to access anything unless you have an ID card.
Dude, the frame rate here is really great.
Don't depend on your shield too much.
Somewhere?
Your shield's breaking up. One of the 3 doors is open now. The door below and to the right of you. Enter the door. Tillis, the dock will be scorched in a short while. The burning ship will break away and we will be waiting at a safe distance ready for transporting.
Okay, you be careful.
I'm detecting survivors nearby. Look around.
Bet there's gonna be a hull breach here somewhere. Okay, set open the yellow door. Man. This frame rate is actively making this hard to play. Alright, that's where I came from.
I found the boy! He'll be okay.
But I only have 2 crystals.
Who are you?
I'm a Burning Ranger. I'm here to help you.
Wow, you're a Burning Ranger, right? You're really a Burning Ranger.
Yes, and I'll give you an autograph later. Chris, I'll transport him. Set coordinates.
Negative. The magnetic storm is jamming our systems. We can't transport him from here.
Find the escape pod. There should be one nearby.
Come on, let's go!
Oh, geez, he's... Okay, I can't fire in this mode.
Neil, do you have a boyfriend?
Hi, you're a slick one, eh?
He's a fast mover. I knew that was gonna happen. Fucking hell. It's just a little fire, kid. Just walk it off. Alright. It's fine.
I'm Tillis.
Neil, do you have a boyfriend?
Hi, you're a slick one, eh? You remind me of someone.
Tillis, our transmission's breaking up. Please hurry and get out of there.
Oh, man. Be nice if it didn't change resolutions.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Every time here.
Hi.
Okay, I'm gonna have to play out the CRT for this. By the time my OLED catches up and gets a signal, I'm already being shot at by fire.
I'm Tillis.
Neil, do you have a boyfriend?
Hi, you're a slick one, eh? You remind me of someone.
Tillis, our transmission's breaking up. Please hurry and get out of there.
Tillis!
Neil, close your eyes if you get scared.
Tillis,
shit.
Be careful. We've detected an unusually enormous energy reading inside.
Dude, this frame rate is really making this harder than it needs to be. And also, it doesn't help that I am right at, like, just below 60% right at this part.
I'm Tillis.
Neil, do you have a boyfriend?
Hi, you're a slick one, eh? You remind me of someone.
Tillis, our transmission's breaking up. Please hurry and get out of there.
Tillis!
Neil, close your eyes if you get scared.
Tillis, be careful. We've detected an unusual...
This must be the escape pod. Hurry, get on!
Oh, man.
Tillis, there's only room for one person. What are we gonna do?
You're going to get in, of course.
What about you, Tillis?
I'll find another escape pod.
I don't want to leave you.
Be brave. He's waiting for you to come back. You don't want him to worry any more than he has to, right?
Tillis, you have to promise me you'll come back and give me your autograph.
I promise.
I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting till you come back.
What have I gotten myself into? I can't break my promise with him.
Sure. Suddenly piano music. This got animated very quickly. Yeah, clearly we could both fit, but sure. Like maybe man...
It's the same thing I saw on the lower level.
Big landman.
Run!
Who is it? Who's there?
The defense systems have been activated. Hurry, get out of here!
Gonna actually shoot this thing? The fuck am I supposed to... Hello? Okay. Do I have to do that every single... This is a nice boss fight. The boss fights in this game are really good, says Shintak. Alright.
Chris, come in. Hey, Big, do you copy me? Run for your life, huh?
What is that? Where did it come from?
We've got trouble. It's absorbing the colony.
It's no good. The transporter's malfunctioning.
Tillis, listen, you've got to get out of there. Tillis, or you'll be trapped inside.
Tillis, come in. Tillis? Tillis!
It's no use. We're losing her signal.
There's the final boss of Half-Life 1.
This is Quadrant T119, Sector
Okay.
RK404. Crews are working on Firebird. Can you hear me? That's strange. There's no response.
What's the point of waiting here? Let's go investigate.
Let's do this. Okay.
These get degrees.
I want you two to enter from the main dock. Big and Show, enter from the starboard port.
Roger.
Alright.
This is Tillis.
Keep moving
D,
forward.
4, 2, G, B, 4, I,
First real mission in zero gravity.
G, 2,
Get used
B.
to it.
Alright.
Enter the door.
All the passwords start with D, so I'm assuming that those are all what's-her-face passwords.
Chris, come in. I lost her. What's going on out there? I need to get out of here. Watch out! There's that voice again.
Nope, I can't call for Navi.
Stay alert.
Assuming if I fall down there, it's probably an insta-kill.
Go straight and then right.
Wait, does she just know where to go? Like, I don't have Navi here, so this is... Do something else over here? Hello? Straight and then right. Like, I don't even see anything to hang on to here. Yeah, I guess we're just...
Go up.
Oh, there's a switch over here. Okay. Alright, apparently you don't get insta-killed down there, eh?
Look out!
Came out of this with more crystals than before, so I call that a win. But now I have to fight the camera, figure out where the hell I'm going. Because anime, what lady won't tell me where to go?
Go straight. Go down.
Alright, this fire's like directly below me. That thing? What the fuck even is this thing? Hi. Okay. Whoa. Got him. Whatever that is.
Go down.
Frame rate really good here. I think they're a little too ambitious with their effects in this part.
Go up.
Yep. Sure. Yep. Is this, hey?
Go
Door?
straight.
What the fuck is going on in this game? My head hurts after all that. Oh good, a Tomb Raider section. Nice.
You're almost there.
Okay. I bet those were probably an instant kill if you hit one.
Go up.
Wow, I'll be history if I fall off.
Great. Perfect.
Eek!
What? Vampire Hunter D on PS1? No, I have not. I've heard... I think I heard good things about it on the schoolyard back in the day.
Wow, I'll be history if I fall off.
But I have not played it myself. And it was the same friend who told me Elendra is good also said Vampire Hunter D is good, so I guess that I trust his opinion now, decades later.
Stay alert.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I don't think I can jump directly over. Right there, yep. Okay. It's nice that they turned off the danger gauge for this bit. I don't have to worry about getting blown up here. Wait, does there fire directly below me? Okay, I only pressed that move button once, but she still decided to
Look out! The defense system has been activated.
Who are you? Please, answer me!
The energy field surrounding this gigantic space colony will disappear if you can destroy the object in front. Then your ship can enter inside.
Was that the boss?
Who are you? I am Elia Klein. I'm in the center of the ship.
What's this? Am I really in a spaceship?
At the age of 16, I was infected by an incurable disease. My father, a scientist, wanted to save me. So he created a spaceship equipped with a special hypersleep unit for me and programmed the ship to orbit around Earth. In order to protect me, my father cloned his consciousness into the ship's main computer memory banks. However, after a long period of time, the computer started to adapt. Its programmed logic started to advance very quickly. It absorbed any and all the materials floating in space and created a defensive shield. Recently, a signal was sent to the ship. A cure was discovered on Earth that would help me get well again. This has caused the main computer to carry out its final instructions to bring me back to Earth. But that would mean disaster because if the ship reaches Earth, all of it would be destroyed. From here, I can do nothing but wait. The ship's defense is almost invincible to any attack from the outside. However, the ship is very vulnerable from the inside. Please, I beg you to destroy this monster.
Tillis, come in, Tillis. Do you read me?
Tillis, are you okay?
Chris, I'm here. Can you locate me?
Tillis, we'll transport you to our ship immediately.
Tillis, are you all right?
I'm okay. Listen, I got some info about this spaceship.
I heard it. We all heard her voice.
I cannot imagine how devastating the damage would be if an object that size collided with Earth.
Okay, this is it. Tillis, on your mark.
Confirmed. Destination, ship's central core. Full blast.
Roger.
Wait, is this a shmup section? What? What the fuck is... What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the? This is so stupid. I love it. All right, I gotta do this on the CRT.
Entering the ship's central area. Big and Tillis, you take the corridor to the right.
What a fucking random
Use
thing.
the left one to reach the core.
Roger. Chris, go back outside and wait for us there.
Okay. Good luck to you all.
Same as always.
We can do it.
You can count on us.
Okay, everyone, let's do it.
Roger.
What mission number is this? This is mission 4? The final mission, I guess? Apparently there's only 4 levels in this game. And we're on the back half of the last of...
Let's go!
Oh, alright. Our boy Big is gonna be with us here. Big Landman. Let's do this, Big.
I'll take lead. Cover me.
Be careful.
Oh, jeez. As I fall in the pit immediately. Okay, we can just Skyrim up there. Nice.
Tillis, let me go first.
Alright, go get him, Big Landman. Oh, that's... Still pressing the wrong button. It's far into the game.
Watch your step, Tillis. Are you okay? Let's do it again.
Nailed it. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna watch my step this time.
Let's go!
Okay.
Tillis, I'll take care of these things. Just go!
There's my hypersleep unit.
Supposed to just run through the door beneath it? Oh. Or you hit it when the eyes.
Are you okay?
Big, you're the man.
Yeah, Big. Good going, helping me with that boss. How did they get here already? What?
So she's inside this thing?
But it's too large to transport.
How about activating 2 transport units simultaneously?
Nice shadow.
Okay, use mine.
Okay, mine's ready too.
They're set.
Ready.
Coordinates set.
Location confirmed. Activating the devices. Transport complete.
Yeah!
Yeah, it thinks Cho or whatever his name is running.
You should go now.
Okay.
We'll stop it here.
Cho and I can take care of things here.
Go, Tillis, go!
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Alright, Landman, let's do it.
The other 3 Rangers are back on the ship now.
Now the only thing I need to do is save the world.
You forgot one thing. You need to make it back alive.
Kind of weird that the timer restarts on every new level. Whoa! Nice, perfect. Hopefully it restarts me on that part. And gonna restart me on the second phase? No, of course not. Alright. Okay. Now I see what I was doing wrong though. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this used to be an anime firefighting game, and now it's a save the world game. Because of course it is. Alright. This is close enough to drum and bass, by the way, for me to check that box.
It looks like the shield is gone. Reed, Prepare for transport now.
Shoot, I can't. There's a huge magnetic storm and I can't synchronize the coordinates.
How can this be?
Chris, take a look at the monitor.
Prepare to abort.
But what?
Reed, there's nothing we can do.
That's probably the final boss? Probably? Can never tell, though, in some games. Alright, everything blew up, so that's probably the final boss.
Tillis.
Tillis,
I'm back home.
you did a remarkable job by yourself. You did really well.
You made it back.
Cool.
I'm home.
I don't know why, but I know I was here before in the flow of
Really? What? This is a completely different resolution, apparently.
time can't be reached. Gone too far
Hello?
away.
Oh my god. Seriously? There we go. Alright.
In the dreams I have seen by myself, I wandered through the stars, but it's not anymore.
This is why I need an OSSC Pro ASAP, because you don't have to deal with shit like this. With losing signal with that thing. Yep, save that cat. Oh, baby, we get the blood types? Nice. Yep. Big landman saving the orca. Oh, that's their birthday, not the blood type. Home Japan area. They're breaking out the accordion for this one. Perfect. Still unknown.
Fills my heart with joy. The sound I heard in dreams. Scent of the wind all around.
Oh, the Europe area.
Trees hold me. I fall asleep. It's the rain, it's the wind. People
Big landman is from the Africa area.
have been loving for all time. Feeling now.
It's gonna be Big the Landman's birthday in just about a month. I hope you're all ready to celebrate. We celebrate 2 birthdays on this stream. Peepo's birthday and Big Landman's birthday. America area.
For the warm smiles they give me, love of people holding me. And I find the gifts from the stars, shining bright through the night.
out of the Europe area. Number 0. Wait, she's a Burning Ranger now? We saved her and now we just conscripted her? Her life is ours. And then here's whoever they are. Sure. Oh, dude, you can play as big with the password? Nice. Okay, it just dumps you back to the opening thing here. And back to the smooth jams. Okay, so because we rescued a bunch of people.
Incoming mail for you.
Yeah, we get
pretty popular.
We get some new mail. All right. Do you remember me? I'm the doctor's assistant. He's really sorry about the accident and is thinking of retiring, but I think that's a mistake. I think he should continue his research. How can I convince him of this? Okay. Alright, Joe Bradley. I am the doctor you rescued. Capital D doctor. I must apologize to you. To endanger so many people, what was I thinking? How did I create that thing? We only had good intentions, but look what happened. Maybe I should go ahead and stop my research. Alright. Richard Wells. Boy, the Burning Rangers were more amazing than I ever imagined. I know you were wearing special suits. Even so, it still took courage to enter that laboratory. Thank you. Hey. Did they spell apologize wrong? They did. Nice. Alright, James Green. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. This is my 17th birthday. I'll send you a letter again when I turn 80 years old. Take care. Alright, good talk. Yeah, their heads are tiny. Nancy Keaton. I've been suffering from aches and chills since I rode the commuter transport. It appears they do not maintain a very sanitary environment. I better go see my doctor. Alright, Nancy. That's what you get from beating the game. Alright. I'm assuming Show gets a different set of emails, but... Sure? Alright, anything new in here? Is it the rescue list? So I guess you just have to rescue more people, too. You know, that probably gives you more... Yeah. So... Third plant. Yeah, so there's a bunch of people to rescue on the first level. Alright, who's this guy? Yeah, this is a free category for you, Shentok. Fill in the entire rescue list. Free world record. Waiting there just for you. Okay. Well. Sure. I can't remember if Saturn has save icons, so let's take a look-see here. I'm pretty sure it just says Burning Rangers on the memory manager, but just to be sure. Memory manager. Oh, it doesn't even... Nice. Well. Oh, I guess you could do it in here. Okay. B_Rangers, BR data. There you go. There's your... That's how big it is, and it is a 30-slot game. Nice. Okay. Burning Rangers, huh? Sure. I don't even have to clear it either, because all I have to do is to turn off my Saturn for more than like 20 minutes, and it'll remove itself from the Saturn. Oh, what a shit system. Sorry, I mean the greatest system ever made, way better than the PlayStation in every possible way. In every possible way. Alright, let me turn off the timer there. Okay. Alrighty. Burning Rangers, huh? Completed? Yeah. We saw the credits. The sweet anime ending. Cheated? Nope. All the way through legit. There is a Game Shark, I guess. There is a way to do cheats on Saturn, but it's too much of a pain in the ass to do that. You have to put in this cartridge in the back of the system, and then it's like you have to push it in and pull out just a little bit, get all the pins lined up, and then turn it on and see if it works. Sometimes it will just stop working in the middle of the game, and again, amazing system. I love the Saturn so much. It's so good. What a great system. All right, things I liked. Cool art style. Depot. Cool art style. Cool art style. There we go. Anime. Movement was neat most of the time. Yeah, sure. Let's see. Firefighting mechanic was pretty unique. Amazing soundtrack. You can talk to a dolphin. Things I did not like. Too short. Let's see. Camera controls were pretty awful. Some levels it was really hard to tell where to go next. Some of the deaths felt really cheap. I think I... Peepo, are you done transcribing? Okay, Peepo's done transcribing. I think that covers most of my gripes with this. All right, dang memes. Big Landman. Anime. Cool. Let's see. Elevator action returns? Probably not, because I think I've seen footage of that one, and that is not my kind of game. So probably not. I think that was it for stuff I remember. Okay, drum and bass, no. Alamals, this is mostly just robots. Like maybe the plant thing, but that was just a genetically modified plant. So I'm gonna say nah, probably not. All right, difficulties at hard. They give you a lot of continues in this game, and there aren't variable difficulties from what I've seen. So this is just the difficulty that I played it on. So I still had like 8 continues in this. Some of the boss fights, like, I'm trying to think back. Probably the hardest boss fight out of all of those was maybe the fish one. And the rest were either stupid easy. And yeah, the rest were just pretty damn easy. Like the final boss required a little bit of dodging, and once you figured out the timing of the spinny laser boss, that wasn't too bad. And I think that was the first phase of the final boss, I want to say. I can't remember. This game was a blur already. Like maybe the hardest thing, there was that one level where I kept getting wrecked by the hull breaches and the space thing, and it would just, you need at least 5 crystals to get a key card, but then just all over the map are these places where there's a hull breach and it sucks you in, and even if I mashed the dodge button, it would still pull me in and take away all my crystals. So that was probably the hardest part of the whole game, was that, and trying to maintain my cool there for that, which I clearly didn't. And then the rest of the game was pretty easy. Like, for a lot of it, you could just press the "Hey Anime Lady" button, she'd tell you where to go. And it even though things were exploding all the time, you never really felt like you were under threat from a lot of things. So, at the pace I was going at, not trying to go fast or anything, this is below average difficulty. I'm going to give that a 2 out of 5 on difficulty. It wasn't stupid easy. Like, if I got through this with a death or 2, then I would probably give this 1. But as is, I still think this is easier than usual. Just anybody with basic 3D platforming skills can probably get through this game, no problem. And yeah, that's it. Not too difficult there. All right, and then rating 1 to 5. So, I think this game's pretty okay. It certainly has issues though. So this, man, 2.5 hours, or Shintok says his first playthrough is 90 minutes. Like, whichever way you cut it, that is really short. That's almost like arcade game short. For what's ostensibly a big budget game, like, I don't know. Maybe you can excuse this by saying it's Sonic team that made this, and they're still in the, like, hey, a Sonic game can be beaten in 2 hours. Why can't our big action platformer game only be beaten in that amount of time? Like, sure, but then again, most action games on like PS1, for example, based off my data in PS Explosion, most games that are similar to this are at least double the length. And I guess you can say, like, okay, there's 2 characters you can play as, but apparently there's not a huge difference between the two campaigns of them. So, and yeah, there are randomized aspects to the game in each playthrough, and that encourages replayability. But honestly, I don't see myself replaying this one. Like, I guess if you're back in 1998 and this is the one game you got from Blockbuster at the video rental store, then sure, you play this game again. But like, I'm good. I played it once. I'm good. I don't need to play it again. Like, I don't know what else I would get from playing this one. So graphically, I thought this was great. The frame rate was a little sketchy, but again, that's kind of a Saturn thing. You can't really fault it for that. It made the most out of the frames that it was able to put on screen, and some of the effects did actually look pretty good. The soundtrack was great. Even though the voice acting was late 90s anime voice acting, it was actually good. I like the voice acting. It all fit. There's nothing that was like super corny or out of place for it. So that is a plus on this one. So graphics good besides frame rate drops. Audio great. The controls were a little too floaty for me. I'm not sure if that was an analog stick thing with the Saturn, or if it was just you're supposed to be like that in the game because you have a jetpack. So that was awkward. The camera controls were not great. Like, they even give you the quick 90-degree camera turns, but it seemed like a lot of the times I'd hit it and it would just never do anything. Like, especially when you needed it to, because in some cases you would round a corner and there'd be one of the green fireball things shooting fireballs at you, but you don't know it's there because the camera won't turn. So it's weird. The game wants you to be quick and aggressive because you're on a timer on the levels that have the danger bar in the top right that fills up, and as it gets to increments of 20, things start exploding more and more. So they clearly want you to go fast and make your way through the levels, but sometimes they just don't give you the tools to be able to do that without being reckless, I guess. So yeah, it's weird. Like, this game feels like it really would have benefited from a second analog stick for actually good camera controls, but again, the Saturn doesn't have a second analog stick, so they were kind of forced to use the shoulder buttons to solve that problem, and I don't think it quite worked, but then again, I'm not sure what else they really could have done. Maybe have the tapping the Y button or something to recenter your character camera. Like, a lot of games did that. And I'm pretty sure you can't do that in this game. I tried it. I hit the view button and it would just stop you in place and then let you look around. Like, if you could do that, or if you like hit both triggers at once to recenter your camera based off of where your character's oriented at. that would have solved a lot of problems right there too, but that's not how the camera controls in this game worked. Let's see, replayability, obviously there's randomization, so that's, I guess, incentive to play more of the game, but I don't know. I'm pretty good with what I saw with it. And yeah, like I mentioned before, I thought the game was way too short for what it is. The manual says that there's 8 missions. Clearly there's 4 missions with 2 different characters. And if there's other secret characters, like playing as Big Landman, then why didn't they just say, hey, there's 36 missions, there's 20 missions, because we got all these secret characters. Like, it's weird that they only said that there's 8 when I guess there's infinite missions if it's all random, right? So that I find a little weird. So I guess it boils down to here with, did I have fun playing this game? And I think my answer is yes, I had fun playing this for nearly all of it. There were parts that were a little unfair, but I can disregard that, I guess. The boss fights were a little too easy, except for the fish boss fight. Like, the only boss fight that I actually thought was fun was the final boss, where it was the big demon thing, casting spells at me. If all the boss fights were like that, that and maybe the first boss, then I would like this a whole lot more. But as it is, just especially like the third boss, the dumb thing in the tunnel, all I had to do was just chase it for a little bit and just keep shooting at it. That was not a great boss. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, out of the, let's say, 5 bosses in this game, like 1.5 of the bosses were actually any good. So yeah, this game is definitely better than average, but to me only just barely. And I would say that it is enough to bump it up to a 4, but only just barely. This is like a 4- for me. All right, so there we go. Burning Rangers on the Sega Saturn, completed in 2.5 hours, 10 deaths, with most of them being on that dumb stage 3, that horrible system in there. And yeah, that's how I feel about this one. All right, there we go. Burning Rangers. Okay, so next up, Monkey Hero. What a video game. I am not looking forward to Monkey Hero. I'm really not. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. Let's say 4 minutes or so. So when this is at about 1:23 or 24, that's when I'll be back. So we will start up some Monkey Hero right after this. I'm not looking forward to it. All right, BRB. All right. Monkey Hero. What was my favorite Sega console in retrospect? Oh, man. I would have to say... It definitely isn't the Saturn, because I didn't have one growing up. I had a Genesis and a Dreamcast, and I had seen a Game Gear, so it'd be between those, and probably Genesis or Mega Drive, if you will, between all those. But there really aren't that many Sega systems. So, and they never had a Master System, so can't comment on that thing. Apparently, a lot of people really love the Master System. I don't know why, but that thing sure is way more popular than I ever knew. Okay. All right. Master System, cool. Yeah, any game with any system with the pause button literally on the system has got to be neat. All right. Monkey Hero, PS Explosion, number 206. So, 1999 action RPG developed by Blam, published by Take-Two Interactive. So this is based off of the Journey to the West thing, the Buddhist legends that like Dragon Ball and a whole bunch of other stuff are based off of. So I figured, like, hey, this must be a Japanese game or something. Apparently not. Apparently this is only Western developed, and they just decided to make this game. And yeah, this game is bizarre for a few reasons, which we will get into here. All right, Monkey Hero. There we go. It's got a cool logo at least, and apparently peaches are associated with the legend, I guess. Take-Two Interactive. E for everybody. All right, half rock, half monkey, all hero. With an eye for excitement and a nose for nonsense, Monkey Hero is one funky monkey. Join Monkey as he explores massive dungeons and battles legions of baddies in a crusade to restore peace among the three worlds. Collect the pages of the magic storybook, descend into the nightmare world, and prepare for the ultimate battle with Nightmare King himself. Okay. All right, dozens of enemies and bosses. So already way more than Burning Rangers ever did. Interact with scores of characters. Over 2,500 screens of adventure. So according to How Long to Beat, this game is like 9 hours long. So get comfy for this one. But hey, at least Alundra, it's not as long as Alundra is, and Alundra had way less screens than this. So I guess a screen is pretty small by this game's definition, I suppose. Alundra is 40 hours, by the way, for reference. Quests packed with puzzles and combat. Sure. One player, one memory card block, analog control compatible, vibration function compatible. Blam is the developer, Take-Two is the publisher. And here's the behind the disc art where they advertise the official strategy guide, because maybe that might be required for this game. I never looked up the How Long to Beat for Alundra. I have no idea. I'm assuming it was probably 40 to 50 hours, though, if I had to guess. Alright, so here's the disc art. I actually do have a disc of this one, for once. And then we have a Spanish language advertisement for it. Las Aventuras de Monkey Hero. Ahora en la PlayStation. And we get some screenshots here. Sure, that looks like a boss fight. And then we got, yep. This, just looking at it, this reminds me of Swagman. And this is weird to me for a few reasons, which I'll get into once we get into the game. And this is published in Europe by Proton, I guess. Alright, so that's all that. And then I actually have the manual for this one because I figured I would need it for this game in particular. So... Alright, so I have the PAL manual. That's the only one I can find. When I bought the game, it only came with the game disc. It didn't come with anything else. Because I'll be damned if I was going to pay an extra $1 or $2 for a version with the manual. Okay. I am Master Sage. This is a list of all the information you'll need for your quest to defeat the Nightmare King, restore order to our once peaceful world. Read carefully, young hero, for I will not always be around to keep you out of trouble. Alright. Starting up, sure. Memory cards, yep. Title room, sure. Game controls, alright, game controls. Default controls you can select from 4 different configurations. D-pad is move, square button is use item, X button to attack, swing staffs, hold X to charge, hovering? Sure. Triangle is inventory. Okay, circle is action button, so you can talk to characters, open chests, lift items, throw items, move certain items by pulling them, and also push them, I guess. R1 and L1 cycle through items. Select button is the map. Once you have the world map, it'll bring it up. Start button is save and quit or continue. So this is like Zelda 1 style saving. And then there's analog mode. From the very little I played of this just to test it, analog movement is not a thing you need to do in this game. Okay, past, present, and future. The past, long ago, there existed no one but 3 worlds: a dream world, waking world, nightmare world. Using 3 worlds remained in balance, each serving their own purpose in the lives of all creatures. The main reason this balance is kept was the magic storybook of dreams. The book kept the people of the waking world safe from the constant invasion of the Nightmare King. The Nightmare King, determined to destroy the order of the worlds, knew that if he sold the book, he would fill the waking world with evil nightmares and create total chaos. To anticipate this attack, the Dream King fashioned a hero out of stone and sent him to the waking world for the sake of all the good people. This hero was found by a pair of kindly villagers who raised him until he's ready for me to train him for his dangerous quest. Okay. Monkey, you've spent many years under my guidance and teaching. The time has come for me to tell you the destiny. In training you for a great journey, you are the monkey hero that the Dream King created to defeat the evil Nightmare King. You must retrieve the magic storybook of dreams to the Nightmare King to restore balance to the 3 worlds. Hopefully they've taught you everything you need to know. I've written down everything I think you need to know in this manual. Great. Good thing I have it. The future. Harmony must be restored. Up to you to find the missing 8 pages of the magic storybook and defeat all the Nightmare Lords. Okay, so there's Nightmare Lords and then the Nightmare King. Test each and every ability. Be strong. Clear focus. Yep. You're your only hope. Yep, okay. Alright, starting and ending. So we got load game, save game. Anytime you have control of your character, you can press the start button to pause your game, and then you can save. Okay, that's good. Game over. If you die and there's no mushrooms to restore your life, the game over screen will come up. You can then choose to save and continue, save and quit, or continue without saving. Game will save your progress, however, only from the beginning of the last dungeon, cave, or house that you entered. Okay, so this could be worse, I guess. Options, yep. That's fine. Okay, action and screen. So we got our current equipped item, the amount of coins, and that's for buying stuff. Gold keys are used to open large chests in dungeons. Silver keys are for doors. Got it. And then the peaches are our health. So yeah, this is actually just literal Zelda. Okay, inventory screen. Equipable items, auto use items. So I guess those are passive items, I guess. Staff, bamboo, rock bone, metal dream, sure, spears, regular and explosive spears. Okay. Consumable items. Alright, sure. Alright, monkey moves. Moving around the screen with the D-pad, yep. Push items, pull items, pick up and throw items, yep, that's fine. Hey, let me scroll up here. Open chests, yep. Conversation, yep. Hovering. Okay, once you find the hover scroll, capable of using your staff to hover over chasms and places where you can't walk. Hover power is determined by the type of staff. Okay, hold down X until it charges. Yep. Okay. Staff attack is just press X to swing your staff. Pretty easy. Staying alive, there's peaches and mushrooms. So mushroom is an extra life. And we get them from pontoons? Sure. Alright, using items you find. Equipable items, gourd, suck in and hold fireflies. Oh, geez. Okay. Grapple, magic statues, handle. This is actually Zelda, is what this game is. Spears, long range attack, firecrackers, so bombs. Yep, explode 3 seconds after you first drop it. Hammer, mega bracelet. Okay, so the power gloves. The Python is the pieces of heart. It looks like the world map is the map. Hover scroll is the air boots? Okay. World map. So we get a cloud, and that lets us fast travel. Yep, and there's enemies. This is a gelatinous cube with a brain in it. Right out of mythology. Alright, tips. Be sure to save your game at the beginning of every dungeon and after collecting a book page. Sure. Know where to retreat to if you can trap an enemy in a corner. Once that happens, kill him. Okay, good. When you're low on health, spears, or money, firecrackers, be sure to check all the crates and jars in the area. Remember, you can always walk out of the room and back in to restore these smashable objects. Okay, so that's pretty much the same as Alundra. Dealing with knife-throwing nightmare guards. Stand to the left or right of its line of fire and approach it until it's backed into a wall or object. Once trapped, standing diagonal to it and will easily defeat the... Okay. Once you've obtained the mushroom bag from the Fontoons, you should visit the shopkeeper in the south window. Buy more mushroom. Okay, alright, we'll remember this for later, I guess. Very important. Before entering a dungeon to receive a lost book page, make sure to visit Ma Baker and stock up on some peach pie slices. A tasty pie halfway through a dungeon will revive your health. Sure. Alright, and then they give you 5 pages of notes in this, which doesn't bode well. And then they have all this credit stuff. Okay. Alright, so I mentioned that this game's a little weird before this. So Monkey Hero. Let's see if my tweet deck actually loads here. Okay, so Monkey Hero. Let's bring this up here. All right, so I recorded this earlier today. Here is Monkey Hero, the disc, being put into a PlayStation 2, a regular unmodded PS2. So this is a demonstration of what happens when you try and play this game in particular on a PS2. So the big system it's in right now is an unmodified North American PS2. And here I am launching it. You can see me in full color for once. So the way I'm going to be playing this for PS Explosion is on a PlayStation 1. And you'll see why that's important shortly here. So once we get into the game... also, this loading screen has a disk read error counter on it, because they plan for this game to break, apparently. So everything's fine here with the logo, the Take-Two logo, and here's the title screen. So this screen is where, playing this on a PS2 Slim, it actually completely breaks. Instead of showing the title screen, it shows a sprite sheet. And here's what happens if you play this on a full-size PS2. It loads in most of the game. It runs at like 1 frame per 3 seconds. And then things start to go a little wrong here. So you can see there's garbage on the screen off to the right. Our character is disappearing. And then things start breaking a little harder. Okay, so now we got some more things going wrong on the screen there. So then I went up into the start game screen. And this is fine. I just skipped all the hey, you need a memory card prompts. All right. So then it starts up the game here. So notice our character is not being loaded in. This is actually kind of fine right now. Okay, so loaded in our character model. Oh, geez. All right, and now, yep, okay. And now this happens. So, yeah. This is in real time, by the way. This isn't the video lagging or anything. This is what the game is rendering right now. So, yeah. This is why I went out and bought a physical disc of this years ago, because I tried this out and I figured, like, oh, maybe this is a problem with the mod chip or a bad disc or something. No, this is what happens with a legit retail disc of this. So, yeah. This is why I'm going to be playing this on a real deal, actual PS1, because, oh baby, we will not be able to play this on a PS2. And apparently the PAL version works just fine. Like, maybe that one came out later in the year and they fixed the weird issue that lets the PAL version actually render properly or something. But it's just the North American version that just shits the bed if you try and play it on anything but a regular PS1. Or I should say a PSX or a PSONE. Alright. Okay, I gotta turn on the correct audio here. Should be this one. This. And then turn off this. Okay. Oh, I don't have a controller plugged in. That would probably help. All right, let's try this again. All right. Oh. And having the video cable plugged in would also be a fantastic help here. Somehow that got unplugged when I was working on things earlier. Oh, come on. This fucking thing. There we go. All right. There we go. Hey. All right. Okay. All right. Get ready for this banger. Banger of a game. Okay. Blam. I can't remember. I know Blam did some other games, but what they are, I can't remember. Okay. So here's another weird thing with this game. So in the the main menu here, once we get it loaded in. Alright, pressing start here. Okay, so in the main menu here, this character is full 3D, I think? But it clearly looks like a pre-rendered sprite. And I don't know what's going on with it, because there's clearly a texture map of Monkey Hero in memory. And I know that there is, because when I load this up in a PS2 Slim, it only shows the texture map rather than the menu. So, oh, Mike's screwing up again? Great. Okay, maybe now. So yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. All right, we'll do this. Yep, this looks fine. Sure. Vibration, sure. And it automatically turns on analog when you do that, but still lets you use the D-pad. So this game, you can only move in 8 different directions, and you can't like walk or anything. So using the analog stick, like maybe if you prefer the analog stick, then I don't know. All right, anyways, let's do it. Meet me at Master Sage's dojo? Okay, Tiger. Okay. It's auto-skipping this dialogue for me, so not much I can do about this. So this, so yeah, the character sprites remind me of Swagman, but for some reason the 3D parts remind me of Tomba 2. And then the music is like a Turbo Graphics game. Or like a early 80s arcade game. Spooky Ghost, Caveman, a Gelatinous Cube, King K. Rool, and then those things. Alright, more ghosts. So this game is apparently at least 9 hours long, or about 9 hours long. And I can tell this is quality so far. All right, so we have control over the Monkey King now. And yeah, the music quality is fantastic. Yep. Fantastic. Yep, this FPS is pretty good. And oh boy. Hey Cerberus. You can watch the stream now? Nice. I played Burning Rangers for the first half-ish of the game. First half-ish of the stream. And it was pretty okay. And now we're gonna play this banger, which is probably not gonna be okay. Just from my initial playing of this. Roll some barrels in the mines. Push the barrel in the direction you want to roll it. All right, at least there's tutorial prompts. It could be worse. All right, then we got. We got this. Probably can't get to that until we have some other item. The camera is a little too close for comfort here. Steel Battalion. That one I am not playing as often, but just for various reasons. Like right now, the table I'm using for it is filled with soldering equipment. It is still a game I will be playing, but it's not like a high priority game. Hidden door to the old temple. Okay. Alright, we can't go south from here. And it'll probably still be at least a week, let's say, before I do more Steel Battalion. Because tomorrow is going to be, or the next stream, is going to be Half-Life Alyx. And I don't know how long that game is even going to be. And I also have, or need to limit my play times with that one. Just because it's a VR game and I don't want to pass out and whatever while playing that. Okay, so gold keys are for chests, silver keys are for doors. Okay, and you can drop down from ledges like that. Okay. Alright, we got the bamboo. That looks more like a spine, but run with your staff by pressing and holding circle. Okay. Alright. Okay, does this let us pole vault or anything? Okay, so we can stop our run like that, and you can also press any other direction. Okay. Yeah, like the other chest up there clearly has a lock on it, but hey, don't think about it too hard. Okay. Oh man. So far my impressions of this game are not great. But who knows, maybe this game is incredible. Spat was in here the other day saying that, oh man, you're playing Monkey Hero in maybe a good way? So, I don't know, maybe this game's actually good. Alright, that's some nice particle effects down there. And according to the back of the box, this game has 2,500 screens in it. Nice. But yeah, the MIDI soundtrack to this is whoa man. For a game from 1999, and it's not like this was, I'm pretty sure this wasn't like a weird budget Japanese game that they just bought the rights for $1 and then brought it west. Like, no, this is apparently an all original Western developed game. Or at least that's what I figure from the few minutes of research I did. So they give you the Zelda sprint boots right at the start, which I guess is good for speedrun purposes. Okay. It is I, Master Sage, your teacher. The day that I hope would never come has arrived. The Nightmare King has begun his assault on this world. If he is successful, he will invade the realm of the Dream King, and all will be lost. Take this enchanted headband. With it, I will be able to guide you telepathically. Journey south to the library and defend the magic storybook before it falls into the hands of the Nightmare King. Go now, monkey. Okay. Great, so old man is gonna... Oh, okay, that's a headband. Sure. Isn't that a crown? Secret mine. Sure. Alright, so I guess we're going... Do not have the world map yet. Okay, there's brain with gelatinous cube. Okay. Man, this soundtrack. They got out the Casio keyboards for this one. All right, so we're going south to the library. Okay. And now the frame rate. Oh, the frame rate. Why is the frame rate so bad? There's like 30 polygons on screen. Guess I'm going east? Oh, library southwest. All right. What is this? This is probably a cloud fast travel point. Yeah, they must be doing the Daggerfall approach of just render the whole world all at once. That enemy on the other side of the map already taken care of. We know exactly where it is at all times. All right, it said southwest. Now it's west. Okay. Okay, so the mushroom is like an extra life, or I guess in Alundra it would have been an elixir. Miracle elixir, whatever it is. Okay, do we get a new amazing music track? Nope, we don't. Nope. Sure? Alright, the frame rate is slightly better here at least. Probably because this is a much smaller map. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Got him. An Amiga game, this, performance-wise, this would be equivalent to like a 3DO game. 3DO games in general ran and looked like this. I guess maybe a Jaguar game would have also been pretty good for like, if this game came out in like 1993, then this would have been top of the line, incredible. So then again, didn't like Twinson's Odyssey come out around that time? I can pull these, can't I? Just end it all. Drop the bookcase on me. of course. Those bookcases we can push over. Alright. We solved a very difficult puzzle. Yeah, the ultimate insult to a game. This could have been a 3DO game. Says the guy who owns a 3DO. Oh god. There's only one game that I actually want to stream on 3DO. And even then, I don't even know if it's any good. It's called like Lucien's Quest or something. I played a few minutes of it just to make sure the totally legit copy I have of it works. And it works. But it's like, it could have been a Super Nintendo game from the looks of it. World map yet. You have a gold key, you can open a large chest. Alright, where is large chest? I have a key. He's talking as if the large chest is here. A Brave Fencer vibe from the screenshots? Look outside to see the map of the world. D-pad to move map, sure. .3DO is mostly softcore porn, yeah, but there are games as well on 3DO. This game looks like Swagman, is what it reminds me of the most. And also Tomba 2 a little bit. And man, Swagman was real bad. But there wasn't any 3D in Swagman, so that's the one reason why I don't think this is exactly like it. Man, Swagman is so bad. The only good thing about Swagman was the name of the game. Nine hours of this, boys. I'm ready, are you? My soul is prepared. Ugh. This probably won't be the worst game I've ever played, but... oh boy. I don't have a great reason to not play this right now. Also, I bought the game, so I might as well actually beat this one. Alright, cool. Great battle. Nice. Okay. Alright. Do enemies respawn when you re-enter rooms? This is for science. Okay, so the crates respawn, but the enemies didn't. Okay. Yep, I love how ridiculous that scene was. Alright, gold key. So yeah, this is like bad Zelda right now. Okay, it's not that bad. This game clearly is, it's functional, but I wouldn't say this is bad, so just yet. I'll downgrade it to bad later, probably. Wait, we got it? Okay, we got a key. Alright. It's really hard to tell if we're using our key or getting rid of it, but I guess the small chests are free chests. How zoomed in the camera is? Yeah. It's... Oh. I'm supposed to... This guy's... Okay. Alright, we'll just leave those guys alone then. Or maybe you're supposed to kill them with these. No? Okay. Alright, invincible enemies. Oh, they can go diagonally. Nice. Okay, I probably need the hovering staff ability, which I likely get in that room back here. Okay. Alright, and boxes respawn. So I can hopefully get some health back. Alright, anybody got any guesses for how long they think Half-Life Alyx is? Because Half-Life 2 was like 9, 10 hours, I think? Half-Life 1 was like 7 or 8, I think. I'm hoping it's around that long. Scroll of hovering. Okay. Spin your staff to fly over obstacles. Let go, you will hover. Practice makes perfect. Oh jeez, there's a long wind-up on that. You gotta wait till those turn blue. Yeah. 2-hour tech demo, 4 hours. It is a full price game, by the way. It is a $60 game. So I got mine on discount. Slight discount. But it is a $60 game. Oh shit. The X button. Hold. Okay. Cool puzzle, bro. A solid 6 hours. I'm hoping they'll retain the chapter select stuff that they had in Half-Life 2. So that it'll be easy to revisit cool moments in the game. And hopefully make the chapters a little bit shorter than they did in the other games. Which they might do, maybe, because just in its nature as a VR game, that shorter play sessions are going to be more of a thing. Alright, we found another great frame rate room here. Yeah, 19. So anytime the frame rate is below 30, it is actually accurate. They can hit me through there? Son of a bitch. Alright, come here. Come here. Alright. Oh, okay. He says it's better than Portal 2? Yeah. That remains to be seen. Portal 2 is really good. Pretty much the whole Half-Life series that was made by Valve is really good. So, can't wait. I do need to remember to stretch thoroughly before we start it, though. Because, man, my arm was killing me for like 3 days after I did the what was it? 70 minutes of other VR stuff that one day. My arm was just, it felt like I was being stabbed for like 3 days. That's how out of shape I am. I had to hold my arms out for more than 10 minutes at a time. Oh, this is a push, okay. Alright, we got a room key for that. I don't think any enemies have dropped coins yet. I think I've only gotten coins from... Oh. Alright then. I guess there is incentive to go after enemies. Alright, so we got a room there. Is this a door? Okay, that is a door. So this is a gap I can probably spin across. Or I just fall and die? Hold up. Is this... Okay. Why did it not... Alright. Monkey hero reasons, I guess. The gold key. Okay. That's the boss room, I guess. So we need the gold key, aka the boss key. Nice. Worth it. Are you saying that this music, this incredible music track is getting old? Please, it's so good. All 10 notes of it. It could be worse. Oh. Wait. Shit. I need that prompt again. Okay, there we go. Why didn't do that before? This is right up there with Burning Rangers soundtrack. And I'm sure there's dozens of remixes for this on OC Remix. Okay, here's our boss room key. Alright. I'm fully prepared for the boss music to be... Wait, what? Okay. Great, cool puzzle. Let's solve it again. And yeah, by the way, now that we have beaten Burning Rangers, the next backlog game besides Half-Life Alyx is La Milana. And that one's going to take a while. So get ready for that one. That is probably going to be one of the hardest games that I've attempted on stream before. In terms of mechanical skill required for the boss fights and for the puzzles and and everything. So it should be quite the time. Yeah, Llama Lana will have its way with me. Okay. Yeah, I'll consult with Dr. Hidden when needed. It'll be fine though. I'm sure it'll all be super obvious exactly what I have to do for every puzzle. And I fully expect some jackass and probably the YouTube chat is just gonna spoil everything anyways. That's usually how things go. Alright. What the notes look like? Yep. Well, I can... Wait. Oh, shit. Well, I can make my notes shareable, because it's just in OneNote. Just create a shareable link. And you can print them out or... and frame them, do whatever. Hold up. Does hitting the switches with boxes counts them as... or just that one? Huh. Sure. Yeah, you can see plot my descent into madness through the OneNote notes I'll be taking in Llama Lana. The only experience that I have actually playing Llama Lana was briefly booting it up to see if I can find a memory address for fairy spawning to help out the speedrun effort, which I think got figured out anyways at some point. Yeah, we gotta hitch a ride on the Zeppelin to go get the secret Grail diary. We gotta break quarantine for this very important document. Is this pullable? Is this pullable? Why are these... Oh. Aha, that's why. Alright, now I can see why they claim this game has 2,500 screens in it, because there are a lot of screens in this game. Storybook. Used to enjoy watching the speedrun before it got broken recently, yeah. I'm assuming it's probably one of those cases, oh geez, where like a new category needs to be made for it, for like, here's the fun category and here's the fast category. Yo, this is actually an Alundra boss. It just one-shot me? Okay, and apparently that extends your hitbox. Okay, this is probably just a survive battle. Nice boss fight. The ow sound sounds like it was right out of Donkey Kong Country. That sounds like the Diddy Kong damage sound. I think maybe you're supposed to do the running into it. Okay, well this doesn't count as a death because we're using the magic mushroom to have a fever dream here. Got him? Sure? All right. Got him. Sure. All right. Do. Got it. Okay, on the world map. All right. So we probably get the fast travel cloud now, or soonish, maybe. All right, we have to return to the sage for more lessons, I guess. So, can we buy? You should head north now, poke around the caves, a hammer in there. Okay. All right, guess we need the hammer. Shouting the words, probably. This, King orders the front lines? Yes. Okay. I'm not going to the village, but alright. So the dude said we need to go to the cave. Which is probably the mountain? Well, we'll go to the dojo. Because he said to return here. Inside the dojo, learn more, so you can defeat the evil Nightmare King is your destiny. Alright. Sure. Okay, the manual said to save and... Why can't you just... Are you sure you want to quit? No? But how else can I save? I want to save, though. I don't like this system at all. Yes, save there. Alright. This... What? Like, from what I know of how buggy this game is on, like, a PS2, having a system like this is fucking terrifying. But, alright. And that's probably our save icon there on the left. Alright, load this game? Sure. Oh my god. Oh baby, alright, we just have to hope that doesn't glitch out one of these times. Especially considering how long this game is. Alright. Dojo, push this thing. Alright. We already learned this in the last dungeon, but alright. Alright. Times are different in ancient, wherever this is. Can I push this diagonally? Alright. Alright, probably need the hammer for that. Because this is... Oh man, this soundtrack is so good. Alright, firecracker instructions. So these are absolutely not bombs from Zelda. This is very different. These are firecrackers. Sure. Tricky and dangerous. Take these 5. Equip them. Okay, I could just use L1 and R1. Okay, ignite it, pick it up. So you have to put it on the ground first, then pick it up, and then launch it? This seems safe. Alright, so it's like bombs from Zelda, except not good. Okay, and that's the distance that they go. Okay. No. All right. Seriously? Alundra, yep. It's pretty much Alundra and Zelda. Except this is like, if Alundra was bootleg Zelda, then this is the bootleg of the bootleg. Second generation bootlegs. No fucking way. Oh, okay. Weaken walls, yep. Okay. Alright. Granted bombs, sure. Yeah, this is like, somebody slapped this together in Unity in a month for their game jam, and then had a machine learning thing put together all the rooms for this. Dream staff, okay. 20 dream crystals. Okay, that's probably an optional thing. Oh, okay. We got a giant butt. The big peach. Okay. So that's a max health upgrade, I guess. And then they also had machine learning make the soundtrack. You like peaches? I don't like peaches. They're not my fruit of choice. If I had to pick a fruit of choice, it'd probably be strawberries. Powerful hammers hidden in the caves, located in the north of here and east of the mine. Oh yeah, okay, I remember where that was. Okay. Kiwis. Thought this is gonna be a roguelike? No, that's giving this game way too much credit. So that's a PS1 controller, but also a cat. So it's like, this is either a robot cat or it's a PS1 controller. Probably a robot cat though. Okay, guess we're going to the mines. Unless we run into the sage somewhere. Always on the lookout for forgotten console roguelikes. For like console roguelikes. There really aren't that many. I think about it. Like it wasn't really until like Spelunky where they started becoming more of a thing on consoles. But then again, I'm no historian, so I don't really remember. Yeah, Toe Jam and Earl, yeah, definitely one. Yep, the OG and the best. That's absolutely true. Okay, so I guess I'm done there. All right, off to the mines. So all I really got out of that was firecrackers and the big peach. Mine Mountain North. Yeah. They said it was to the... Oh. Wait, this is just the mine. And I'm probably supposed to kill those with a firecracker to unlock something. Oh, I don't even have enough to... Wait, are these infinite? It said I got 5. Yeah, I only have 3. Oh, okay. Great, cool. Yeah, like there's the Tuhu stuff. There's like a new Tuhu thing every day, I guess. I'm not into Tuhu, so I don't actually know. Those are roguelikes, aren't they? What the hell is it? Am I supposed to... Okay. Really hard to see these hits here. Nope. Got a new enemy. Let's just do this. Perfect. Got him. Oh yeah, Pokerman Mystery Dungeon. One of these days we'll actually get to the second Pokerman game. Well, third technically, because I already did Pokerman Snap. We got plenty of Pokerman games to catch up on. I've only done Red or Pokerman Blue so far as the only Pokerman RPG. We have plenty left. I think Pokerman Crystal is the next one up, because I'm pretty much gonna do them in generational order. I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to be here, but okay, this is probably another room, or hey. What's the point of this? Oh yeah, the poorly drawn anime girls is the reason for anything. More than gameplay. What? It just kind of left without me. What? Okay. You know, the thing mentioned in the ancient Buddhist myth that this is based on, the race car bird. Okay, I clearly need the hammer for this. Am I supposed to just fall down here? Oh, good. Perfect. So this has a crack in it, so maybe... Great. Perfect. My reasoning was sound there, right? That it has a crack in it. Therefore... Therefore you bomb it, and it will give us a key. Well shit, now what? Like, I don't have the... Okay. Alright, I still don't have a hammer. Great. And I can barely see the edges here of this, this thing. Okay, there isn't one over there. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to be here yet. So the toadstool head guy said the hammer was in a cave, and this is technically a cave? Maybe I'm supposed to go over here. Oh jeez. Alright, oh great. Cool. Alright, perhaps it's over here. Alright, that did something somewhere. Alright, this is the key? There we go, alright. Now we're cooking. Alright, get out of here, bird. Well, I think the Windows screensaver pits in this, at least it makes it obvious, like, hey, this is a pit that's gonna kill you, rather than something in Zelda where it's like, is falling in this gonna hurt me, or is it gonna put me on the floor below? Like, this makes it clear, like, yo, there's bad things down there. You don't want to go down there. And I guess they could have filled it with, like, with fire or something, but this, I think this is a pretty good thing. So far, this is the best thing in the game, is this pit effect. Oh, that's okay. I thought this was a drop down, but nope, it's just. See, like the area here underneath the track here, with that's probably lava or hot water, whatever it is. Okay. Reduce rocks to rubble and pound things into the ground. Okay. And I'm assuming there's no limit on it. Okay. Man, this, even the inventory screen is kind of low rent. And this is lit up now for some reason. This takes forever to use. Nice. It's like 2 seconds after I hit the button is when the hammer actually does anything. Okay, well that solved that problem. So we have the hammer now. It is officially hammer time. So I don't know if there's gonna be a dungeon, a boss or something here. The tried and true strat of let them come to me. Alright, come get some strat. Nope. I'm assuming the hammer doesn't damage enemies. I don't know if I even want to try. Oh, it does! Okay. Alright, well. Sure. Yeah, these enemies are just as scared of me as I am of them. Yeah, I'll take a one-shot weapon. A reusable one-shot weapon. These sound effects are just very impactful. Alright. So yeah, I can just stand there mashing the hammer button. And things will resolve themselves. Oh, alright. We got another gigantic ass. My favorite kind of power-up. So there's allegedly walls that have cracks in them, like a Zelda, and there's cracks all over these walls, but I'm assuming they're not all breakable. And then whatever these are. Okay, so that's probably all there is to get in this dungeon. It's just the hammer and then the big butt. Everybody's favorite power-up. Okay, I guess we're heading out then. I love that the sound for this loops when it's like 2/3 of the way through its path here. Okay, I don't think there's any more things to hammer around here. Can I hammer these? Really? We can break rocks, but we can't break these. Okay. All right, Monkey Hero. Fair enough. Oh, now the FPS is suddenly amazing. Can we break these? What? All right, it's fine. I'm not gonna think about it anymore. It's gonna hurt myself doing that. Oh, can I kill these guys with it? Oh. Okay, yes you can. Nice, and they give you a... I wonder if I can farm those guys. So the... You can probably only have one of those at a time. But I want to see if it drops more than one at a time, because those are free complete heals. I missed a massive wall crack. Where? I guess I'm coming back this way. Alright. Like, even on my OLED, this is super dark, by the way. So that's my excuse. This? Or the screen after this, maybe? On the right side. Weird that this guy didn't respawn. Alright, massive wall crack. Oh, that right there, yeah. You're right, I did miss that. Thank you for pointing that out. Alright, let's see what's here. Probably could have just left that there. Look at that. Yo. What we got? Okay, it's an optional thing. Please make me feel happy. Alright, so I'm assuming that... Kind of weird that I didn't one-shot this guy. Also, he didn't respawn. Oh, that's right, because I never killed him in the first place. That's why he didn't respawn. Or that's why he was still there the first time through. Okay, I just want to confirm here that that the mushroom head guys do or don't. They do. But it looks like you can only have one. Okay, so yeah, it isn't worth farming them then. Okay. Because that would be really, really OP if you could just stock up on those things. Alright. At least whoever designed that made probably the right choice there. Okay. So, down here, I probably can't do anything. Wow, this invulnerable frog. Okay. Alright, so now that we got this. Alright, I'm gonna open the world map here. Okay, so there's the mountain. Yeah. Alright, so the village of the mushroom sellers is down there in the lower right. Okay, so it looks like I need to head to... I thought I was supposed to be heading to Monkey Village. Which... That looks like it's that to the south? Sure. Okay, so I guess I'm just heading to the one just to the east of me. Sure. Because we don't have the cloud yet, so we can't fast travel. Dojo. Okay. Can I crush these? Oh man, frame rate. Okay, so we can go that way now. The Dream Shrine? Haven't. Huh. Well, that's where the page is, so we got to be able to get through that door. My favorite part of the track, where the horns kick in. Hey, later, Hidden. Have a good sleep. This is like a Brave Fencer Musashi track. So far, the best track in the game. So, you'll think it a limited amount of these, so why would you... This is probably for like a dream candy thing, which I'm really hoping is not required. But I guess I'll just have to remember this. If it does end up being required or something, I'll probably just have to look up a guide for all the pieces. I'm hoping it's not, though. Okay. I don't know if this is where I came from. It isn't. Okay. Alright. Just give them the hammer whenever they spawn in, I guess. Come at me. Come at me. There you go. The invincible strat. Come at me. Oh, okay, not like that. Alright, if I time it correctly, I can give him the business. Alright. Where even am I? How did I... Alright. Sure. Okay. It's like the second weakest enemies in the game. Sure, you guys could handle those. Alright, we did need to go to Monkey Village. Alright, we'll go there first before going to the pig pen. Alright. frame rate's really good over here. So anything that's an underground entrance like that, I'm just gonna assume is some optional thing. Also, I'm going north now. I kind of doubt Monkey Village is this way. Am I back where I started? Oh my god. Maybe Monkey Village is underground. Alright. Later. Okay. Not supposed to be here, I guess. Oh, it was 2,500 unique screens. And they are all very unique special snowflakes. Each one memorable in its own special way. Okay, where am I this time? So that's probably the village to the west? Or it's that big tree to the left of me? Okay, it's probably this. Oh yeah, with the monkeys out front. This would make sense. Okay. Alright, this is probably Monkey Village. Yep, alright, there's our fast travel spot. Okay. Well, where is Sergeant? Why do these look like they're moving? Huh. Oh, okay. Okay, so we got a magic python, but it's not an active item. All right. Alendra had fast travel as well. It was just a huge pain in the ass to unlock. Those portals, the Stonehenge things, the arches, I guess. I never unlocked them in my Peace Explosion playthrough. 80 coins. Shit. The only time I ever unlocked them was when I did the 97.8% speed run. That incredible category. I heard Spiriax actually did multiple 100% runs and actually got pretty good luck on some of them. Like he didn't spend a billion hours in the casino. Like I gave up the casino after what, like 2 hours, I think, of trying to do the roulette. And apparently he figured out a way to be pretty consistent enough, and then also got good luck and was able to get some good runs in. Pack rats on them. Okay. Bit of gossip. Magical item. Capture fireflies. Your fortune village feast. Okay. Spear instruction. Sure. Okay, so this is like the bow in a Zoldo, I'm guessing. Yep. Except it's okay. We have unlocked spears. This is a kind of weird way to gate item progression, but alright. So that's probably how you're supposed to kill those red slimes in that area I was at before. But that was probably for some dumb extra thing that I likely don't need, so. Don't worry. Monkey Hero is on the case. The nightmares or your marriage? Non-flushable toilets, but you can walk on them? What? Is the toilet seat in the floor and then the tank is... Huh. Must be one of those squat toilets. You know, throw out my back every time I gotta take a dump. Great. What a great design. Okay. Is this a sergeant? Secret Weapons Lab, southeast. Something big. Okay. Okay. A pub, huh? What we got here? Dream Shrine lies north of Monkey Village. Perhaps. So there's a giant stone head that was keeping me out of Dream Shrine. Guest house has the woods. Yeah. Can I talk to the bartender? Nope. Okay. Historian. Struggle. Okay. Alright, so we didn't learn anything from here. Great. Okay. Can't throw these crates. Can't break them either. Okay, so all we really learned was that the Dream Shrine exists, which I already knew. So maybe that was a plot trigger, maybe? Does this game even have plot triggers? Nope. Great, and put you all the way back there. Alright, so there's likely... Oh, is this, there's an arrow pointing that way. You could probably do the spinny staff thing to fly across there if you have like the max length one, and maybe that'll let you get some sort of secret thing. But I clearly can't make that gap as it is. Yep, no, here your time. We'll get to the Zeldos at one point. I think whenever N64 comes around again, I'll probably have Ocarina of Time as one of the options. I'm not even sure what the next system is going to be for Welcome to Monkey Village? What? This is the exit? Okay. Huh. Alright, I want to go back up here and go to the far south of that screen then, because I haven't been there yet. Yeah, so I did the Saturn poll, so the next system after Saturn, I haven't done NES in a while, and I think I said I wanted to do Punch-Out. So I might just do Punch-Out and then put like another 4 other NES games on the poll. And I guess Genesis. I haven't done Genesis yet for anything. Alright, there's our shop. So maybe NES and then Genesis after that. You must be Monkey. Sure. MSX? Why would I play an MSX game? Please check the back. Okay. Oh, this works like Alundra stores. Okay. Packs of 5, 70 coins. Good lord. All right, so they really want you to grind for money in this game. Is it 50 coin? Oh god. Yikes. He needs a doctor, not the Dream King. Oh. That is clearly not a PlayStation. What even is this? It's like a Dreamcast, but with a weird controller? What the hell is this? Sure. Yep, another walk-in toilet. Alright. That's everything in the village, I guess. Okay, so we got a lead on... There is a secret lab to the southeast, and the Dream Shrine exists. There's also a Firefly thing somewhere? That this guy told us about the Firefly. Magical item, Fortune Village to the east. Okay. So east and then southeast. Hey Spat, you missed an hour of the greatest game of all time? Oh man. Spat, this sure is a video game. Like it's not complete trash, but oh, it's like a bootleg of a bootleg. Have you played this all the way through before? Or are you're just basing this off of reputation or something? Because I actually have a question about this game on whether or not I need to actually grind for money. East. Okay, so I don't know if I can go to the beach yet. So I'm assuming that that hut in the center is likely where this secret weapon thing is. Oh, you only have the demo. Oh man. Like the gameplay isn't horrible in this. Like my main complaint with this game is the music. All right, let's go to Sandy's Beach. Oh, that is Sandy's Beach. Maybe I can. Yeah? Okay. All right. Oh, also, the other thing I don't like about it is the saving system. I don't know if you had to deal with the saving system in the demo. Okay, that worked. So in order to save the game, you have to go through this really scary, like, hey, do you want to quit the game prompt? And I should actually save now. Now that you found the hammer, do a favor. Help time? Sure. Buried treasure, go to the beach ship south, look for a map. Okay. Alright, so here's how you have to save the game. You have to pause the game and then go to save and quit. And then it says, are you sure you want to quit? And then it quits out of this with the loading screen. And then it brings up the title screen where you have to press start. And I don't know if it's saved or not. Okay, it probably saved there when it said accessing the memory card, but I'm not sure if it's saved. Does that time match up? Yeah, okay. Alright, load this game. Eesh. That is, they're breaking so many Sony policies. Like, how did this even get approved for publishing? Alright. So games like this are why Sony cracked down during the PS2 days on how to notify the player whenever anything saving or loading related is happening. Because they didn't crack down enough on developers in the PS1 era. Like they let games like format your memory card and fill them up with bad data. They didn't tell players when they're saving or not. But hey, at least it lets you save and doesn't use a password system. Like Burning Rangers, the greatest game on the Sega Saturn, apparently. And this Diddy Kong from Donkey Kong Country damage sound. Alright, so we're looking for the pirate ship. Is this her sister? Yeah. All we need is the map. Will be... Yep. She doesn't have the map either. Oh yeah, Spat, I don't know if you saw my tweet, but I tweeted out what happens if you try and load this game in a PlayStation 2. It completely blows up. It turns into the garbagey mess. Actually, I can probably pull that up real quick here. Here. open up my Twitters here. Alright, let's skip ahead in the video here. Alright, this is what the game looks like when you put this into a PS2, a PlayStation 2, an official copy of the game, an official disc. See, it runs at like 1 FPS. It starts fragmenting like this. All the textures don't load in properly. Everything starts getting blown up. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. What a quality game. And it actually behaves differently on the original like launch PS2 and PS2 Slims. In PS2 Slims, it doesn't even get that far. It gets to the press start screen, and instead of giving you press start, it puts a texture map on the screen instead of parts of the monkey. Like you can see the sprite sheet of the monkey. Rather than the press start screen. So you can't even play the game. But I guess that's for the best, because then you don't have to play this game. And yeah, according to How Long to Beat, this game is 9 hours long. And oh boy. That's a lot of hours. Oh. Alright. Okay, that's not an official death because we still have our toadstool thing. Alright, I was trying to get fancy with the hammer here. Okay, so you can't actually kill them with this. It just takes forever. And that doesn't even give you anything? Alright, is this for one of those stupid ass crystal? No way. Please drop health for me, please. I don't think I'm supposed to be here yet. Oh God. All right, I don't think I'm gonna go to your shipwreck lady. Oh man. You wanna play this game again, Spat? Oh man. Are you gonna pledge to beat the whole game? Are you gonna blind race me in Monkey Hero for the PS1? Why is nothing dropping health anymore? Fucking go. Alright, maybe I can get some more firecrackers from the dojo. Hell no. Come on, Spat. It'll be such a good time. Oh, that's right. I haven't even been here yet. Howdy. A big old peach pie. Sour peach. Oh, the tree scent. Okay. Hey, we got to know another big butt. Wait, hold on. It didn't give us a health increase. Alright. Okay, well this is new at least. Oh. There we go. Alright, now we Zeldo. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Practice. Well, Spat, you played the demo. Okay? You got your practice already in. You played the demo. However many years ago that was. So that, no excuse. I did not play the demo. A broken MIDI sound font? Yeah, it sounds like... I don't know if you've heard a general MIDI Roland device trying to play an MT32 soundtrack. It is not pretty. Why did this move over? Okay, alright. Sure. This clearly wasn't there before, but maybe it was because I picked up all those. Hey, 97 was close enough. And it is infinitely more time than I spent with this game. Oh, that's right. Dream Staff, yep. Okay. So I do need to get another... Spears... Okay, we already... Okay, so we don't get additional firecrackers. And we've already been to Rhino. Okay, so I think our next stop is the mine, so that I can get another free toadstool. If the PAL version's even worse, apparently the PAL version works on PS2, so maybe that version is better. Maybe. Apparently, it's only the North American version that has trouble playing on PS2. Because I was told by European speedrunners that I am a liar and an idiot for suggesting that this game doesn't run on PS2. When clearly it doesn't. Oh, this is alright. Oh shit. Alright, suddenly... Alright, clearly I need another item here. Yep. It was... it was very weird. To say the least. Like, that is a weird way to react to this thing, but okay. Why was this closed? Okay. Alright, so we're going back to the mine, which was here? Or was it this? I think it was this. Okay, so there should be a mushroom head guy. No, please die. Okay, alright, there we go. Okay, good. So now we have another mushroom again. Yep. That's my job title. No, they're not wrong. I just wasn't lying about that. Usually they're correct. Just in that one instance, they were not. Okay, I don't think there's anything else to do up here, so... There's this giant treasure chest up there, and this cube? Sure? So I can't get into... Alright, let me get my telestrator. Alright. So I can't get into here. So nothing doing there. Here I just got lost. But I might be able to get I might be able to get to that maybe? So this was Monkey Village. We've already done that. So down here, I don't even know how we get to that, but that might be the next like readily accessible page. And there's the shipwreck, obviously. And this I never came across, but that's probably that that weapons lab that the NPC was talking about. Yeah, the world map is cool. And apparently you get fast travel at some point when you get the cloud item. Well, geez. So none of the NPCs said anything about being able to get into there, so it must be some sort of plot trigger for getting into there. So I guess I'm heading here again to try to get to that either the pirate ship or to the columns things. But we're still looking for a map. So it might be worth trying to go for that dream page first, and then maybe we'll get the buried treasure map thing while we're there. Because we can't exactly look for buried treasure if we don't have the map. So that's my thinking, and I'm sticking with it. Okay. Yep. Some more health would be nice, because I was getting kind of blown up in that beach area. Okay, health. Great. Yeah, that's a hole in the ground. That's a, there's a little hidden dungeon down there. That was where I threw the dynamite, and it got stuck in the wall. You know. Where the bad things happened. All right. Okay, so whatever that thing is, it's that way to the west. Why does that sound like a gate, a rusty, squeaky gate opening? That I would never have guessed that would be a damaged sound. It's like they got a CD of generic sound effects and like, yep, that one works. The same CD where they got all the sick MIDI tracks that they're playing for this one. Okay. All right. Well, it's just open. Oh, good. These guys. Oh wait, never mind. I thought these were the stealth guys. Oh, sick. They drop. All right. Good. Feeling a lot better now about this. Yo, all right. Can we farm that? Okay. can we farm this? Like, I'm not gonna farm this forever, but I just want to know, do these guys keep dropping dynamite? No. Interesting. I wonder if that's a... Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, clearly we need dynamite for this dungeon. So... Oh, camera? Why is the camera zooming out now? What? Why wasn't it just like this all the time? Okay. Hold this? Okay. Okay, let's go pass through there. Okay. Oh, you're supposed to push the edges. Okay. Of course. Naturally. Obviously, that's a thing that rotates around the middle. Nice. Alright, we don't have any keys. This is probably the boss room? Yeah, being able to kill enemies with hazards is neat. The enemies can fall in pits. Like, I know that that's a Zeldo thing, but it is nice that this bootleg Zeldo still has that. They went the extra small amount of effort to put in that. I was fully expecting to have, like, walls that I need to bomb to finish rooms with enemies that drop dynamite. Oh, jeez. Nice. That's great. That enemies can hit you while you're... What? What even? What? Okay. The hell's the... Oh. Alright. Revenge. Worth it. Surely there's something hitting over. Can I pull these? Push it, maybe? So pulling items in this game is really weird. So, like, you kind of just never know if something is going to be pullable. Probably not. Okay. All right. Wait. You can only have one, and it doesn't put it back in the chest. At least Alundra put back the items in the chest if you couldn't hold more than one. Come on. Come on, game. So this is already the third or fourth variation of that enemy we've seen already. Okay, looks like I can interrupt the knife throwing animation. Yep. Alright, so we got the boss key. Or no, not the boss key. We got a door key. So that was way back this way. Don't you oh god. Seriously? Alright, so breakable boxes respawn each time you enter and leave. So, guess what we're doing? Oh, you can get spears from boxes too? Alright, that's pretty good. All I want is health though. Just one more thing of health and I'll be fine. There we go. Okay. Alright, onward. Okay. I guess these are just programmed not to have anything in them. Okay, good to know. I'm assuming those buttons stayed pressed. Enemies don't respawn. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Can't pull that. Yep. The biggest brain puzzle. What? Hello? Oh man, hopefully they don't expect you to dynamite those, because that... Oh god. Nice. Whatever that was, I'm not getting it. Okay. How many of these do it? 6. Alright. It doesn't one-shot? No way. And now they're... Oh, God. okay. It kind of one-shots. Alright. So that's... Oh man. So if you run out of dynamite here, then you have to go just farm it. Oh man. Hey Cyrus. Oh shit. Oh good. We got... Those do a lot of damage. And then we got these... Yo, that's the Earthworm Jim crow sound. Oh, nice. Man, this is like stock sounds the game. Okay. Door key. Yeah, so far best sound design goes to those things. No, the mushroom activates regardless of in your inventory or not. You can probably use it early to just get all your health back. Please drop health. Yes, this is Sayuki, the story of the West or whatever it is. Except this is a completely Western developed game. So we are the monkey king, and this is exactly like the old Buddhist legend, as made famous by Dragon Ball Z. Okay, I'm probably supposed to helicopter over to that thing. Like there's peaches. One of this. Okay, that did something somewhere. Perfect. Yeah, Momotaro, there is a cloud that we get for fast travel at some point. Oh geez, there's multiple exits to this room. There's 4 exits to this room. Alright, we came in from that door in the top right. This is also a door here. Oh god. Yeah, like I was surprised when I researched this game. I thought like, oh, this is probably based off of a 1996 Japanese game or something. But no, it is completely developed by this Western studio. And got a North American and a European release, and that's it. In 1999. Even though this game looks like it could have been easily a 1996 game. Oh wow, that doesn't one-shot him. So game design-wise, this is a 1992 game, and graphic-wise, it is a 1996 game. And music-wise, it is a 1989 DOS game. But like actually playing it, the gameplay, it's not a horrible bad time. Not yet, at least. Okay, so that unlocked the door to the north, I guess, killing all those. Sometimes it's not super obvious. Oh, that unlocked this. Oh, okay. And we got a big butt was our reward. Zelda with PSX 3D, yeah. It's like a bootleg of a bootleg of Zelda, is what this is. Okay, we've already been here. Oh, okay. We got a new enemy type. Frogos. Okay. Alright, come at me. Oh! They can come at me. And the getting hit sounds like the Diddy Kong from Donkey Kong Country hit sound effect. And is one of my favorite things about this game so far. That's it? What is... okay. Anything else to this room? Alright. And according to the back of the box, there are 2,500 rooms in this game. And this is one room. According to this game's definition. So this is an enormous game, apparently. Alundra only had, like, 200 rooms. For comparison. Though each Alundra room was obviously way more complex. And also, like, hand-drawn. Or hand-drawn-ish. Is it getting repetitive? Yep. This is one of the better tracks, though. To be fair. There is some much worse music in this game. That I guess you haven't heard yet. There's some bangers in this one. They got out the Casio keyboards and went nuts on them. For a few of them. So... oh, teleporters, okay. Oh good, a teleporter maze. Yeah, bring back the sieve flutes, yeah. Oh, okay, well there's the... oh hey, I have the key for this. Hey. And here's this thing again. So there's probably some way to get rid of those. Probably with another key item. Or maybe the key item is here. That would be amazing. Oh. Yeah, okay, it's probably that is where the remove stone heads item is. Of course, I don't have the key for it. Okay. Alright, well, I'm glad I went to this dungeon, though, at least, because it seems that this is where I needed to go. Well. I think it's dead. Alright. Let's move our gelatinous cube problem here. Okay. Yeah, probably fell out of bounds. Okay, I'm hoping the gold key is in here. But it is nice that, for the most part, enemies in this game have to obey the same rules that the player does. So if an enemy falls out of bounds, then they take damage, just like I do. I haven't seen any walls that look dynamiteable just yet. Oh good, this looks horrible. Alright, if this guy sniped me off that moving platform, I would have been extremely upset. Okay, that's the boss key door. So this is the end of the dungeon here. And I get to make my way back again. Great. Okay, so I need to get into the teleporter again. I think the left one is the one I haven't gone in yet. Do you get a dungeon map in this? What do you think? Do you think this would be the kind of game that would be that nice to the player? Take a wild guess. Alright, I'm gonna hit the select button here. The start button does this. It gives you this really awful save prompt. These don't do anything. These change weapons. This is our inventory. And that's it. So each dungeon has like 50 rooms in it. And it is up to you to remember where all of them are. Though to be fair, Alundra didn't have dungeon maps either. And some of those Alundra dungeons got real confusing. Where even is this? Okay, I think I might have to go back in the teleporter maze. Probably. So, I didn't confirm if going in the same teleporter twice brings you back to where you were. Okay, so we're gonna go in the blue. Oh, we can't go in the blue one. Oh, they're one-way teleporters. Okay. So yeah, so we can't go back. Alright. This simplifies things a little bit. So we still need a big gold key. Or the chest that's in here. So I'm assuming we can't like push this. I guess I can try dynamiting this, but I have a feeling that's gonna do like actually nothing. Okay, and we can't get to that. So oh, can I? This is probably a horrible idea, but it looked like I got squeezed in there a little bit. Okay, that clearly doesn't do anything. All right, so can we dynamite our problems away? No. Okay, so we clearly need some other thing. So whatever key item removes those things, it's likely in that big chest. And then there's, the boss key is probably in there. So I need a big gold key somewhere. And there clearly wasn't one in the rooms past this one, which means it has to be, I have to go back the way I came. So this room was the way to the boss, the final boss door. And I didn't see anything that looked suspicious here. Like this game has the cracks in the walls that you can hit with the dynamite to open up extra doors, but there was nothing there to do anything there. All right, I guess I'm backtracking and knock that thing with your hammer in the room with the big head blocking your path. No, because the big thing you mean this thing? Because these are just the standard dungeon things. I highly doubt it's something like that. If I ever make my way back there, I'll give that a try. But I wanna backtrack here first and see if there's anything that looks like so this was the Froggo room, and maybe like one of these things is pushable, because clearly there's maybe something in the bottom part of this part, but he's not doing the pushing animation, so. So it's unlikely to be anything over there. So we're looking out for a chest. It would be a small chest, I think. The one tile chest would be the one that would have the key that we're looking for. Okay, this is maybe new? No, I have been here. Okay. We've been here. I might have to make a map. This is getting... Oh, this is new. Okay, this is new. So how do I... I'm not sure how maybe I can, like, stand on the ledge here? Like, what the hell? Well, I figured most of the rooms were connected. Like, there's 3 entrances to that previous room, and I'm pretty sure 2 of them were just, hey, these go to the same room, except either the top or the bottom. Okay, does this do anything? Oh, it lowered those. Okay. And then that did something somewhere. Okay, there's... Oh, alright, this is the room with the big chest. There's the big chest that we ultimately need to get to. Okay, so those snakes moving out of the way was likely what we accomplished by hitting that switch. Okay. Okay, so what's in here? Alright, I probably just have to Wow, what a puzzle. Really to strain my brain there. And that's a gold key? It is! Alright, cool. Alright, so now we just have to go back to... all the way back around to the teleporter maze. Which... can I remember which doors I have to take for that? So it was down from here, and then the lower left door? And okay. Straight across this way. Yep. Had to furiously rub those two brain cells together for that puzzle. It's just gonna be a warm-up for La Milana. I'm gonna need a few more than 2 brain cells for La Milana. And probably for Half-Life Alyx. I'm probably gonna have to put on my thinking cap for some of the stuff in Half-Life Alyx for tomorrow's stream. Alright. So this better be some cool thing. Okay. Oh, it's the power... that's right. It's the power glove. Sorry, Mega Bracelet. Strength of 12 monkeys. Also, the magic power of the Mega Bracelet allows you to deflect certain projectiles. Oh, sick. Okay. So I can probably... alright, our stick is gold now. And the frame rate is suddenly way worse because these torches lit. Nice. Okay, it's a passive item, so I don't have to equip it. Now we can... oh, I thought we were going to be able to pick that up. That wasn't a key? Oh, shit. Okay. I was banking on that being the boss key. Oh, shit. Alright, I guess we're going back to the room with all the giant heads in it and pushing them around. Alright, maybe if we... alright, we solve another extremely difficult puzzle here. What could this mean? Oh man, what could this mean? I'm getting all these mushrooms that I can't use. Like, at least restore my health when you give me the mushroom and not make it disappear into thin air. I'm sitting here at a 3rd health. Oh, shit. Alright. Let's train our brain here. Okay. Dang. Satisfying puzzle. Boss key? Boss key. Alright, so we have a revived mushroom. Alright, time for what is surely gonna be an epic boss fight. Just like the last boss fight of just hit a giant face for a minute. Oh. Okay, so it said I could hit projectiles back. Oh, not that. Let's try it out here. Okay, that's not letting me hit the projectile. celebratory hands in the air. Of course. Are you kidding me? So they're just T-posing? Alright. So I just... Alright. I don't count these as deaths because we're just using the mushroom item that I keep finding a bunch of, but it never lets me use them. What? This fight actually has some okay mechanics to it. Okay, it looks like the best way to do that is just stand next to him. Seriously. Alright. Health is getting a little too low here. Of course. This fight is also taking forever. I'm assuming I'm doing it right. Like there's not a whole lot of feedback here on, hey, you hit the boss. Hello? Hit the boss, please? Okay, good lord. That fight was like 50% longer than it needed to be. Alright, we got him. Okay. Nice. Alright. So they give you access to a whole bunch of dungeons, but you have to do them in a particular order, it seems. Alright. We'll go through the always terrifying saving process. Alright, so it's currently saving the game. Even though it only says accessing the memory card. Also, they call new game start, when technically you're starting this as well. You're just starting from a save. Sure. Alright, where am I gonna go next? Wait, why is there a question mark now? I know where I am. I'm down in the lower left. Okay. I guess I want to head to that dream village then, because there was a giant head blocking it, and that was the only thing keeping me out of there, so might as well head there next. And actually, maybe I can go for that, the buried treasure. But first, we have to die to these things. Things that don't drop health, but they hit you for all of your health themselves. At least they don't have ranged attacks. Could be worse. Man, why don't they drop health? These things hit for like 2 peaches worth of damage. Okay, this is another way to save, I guess. Sure. Alright, that's how you save in this game. So where does this take me? Okay, alright, with full health. And it doesn't look like there's any other penalty. It's just... Okay. I guess this is what we need to do after every dungeon. Just take a death, I guess. What a great system. Yep, our first real death. And it turns out it accomplished kind of what I wanted to do anyways. So, mission accomplished. Alright, here's the... Dude. It is so hard to see enemies going north-south. Alright. I thought I needed a treasure map. Gee, I wonder which of these barrels is pushable. Yo, the color of the enemy changes when it attacks. What? I didn't notice that when we were outside because the color palette, the lighting was different, but that's pretty quality. Okay, these two are pushable. At the treasure map? Oh. Alright, well, I'll take one of those too, I guess. Oh, and a treasure map. Someone tells me I should memorize where X marks the spot. Okay, well, show me then. Is it not gonna... Okay, I guess I gotta go back to the sisters. and they'll... I love the crappy sitar that they have in this, the sound font for this. Yeah, this is close enough to a sitar. No one will notice. Alright, found the map. Yep. Go get my... Oh, of course. Hey! They won't let me turn around. Okay, I need to go south and then go back this way. They don't even try to hide the song transitions either. The loops. Alright. So secrets, yep. Sure. Okay, sure, fine. We're going back that way anyways. This is top tier Zelda-like gaming. Oh, okay. That is actually useful. Sick. Alright. We got a rod with... That's probably stone? Rather than bamboo. And it's purple now. Neat. Okay. And maybe I can one-shot the merman dudes now. Okay, so I was heading up north to that, it was like the spirit village. Oh, I can also, okay, I can fly a little bit longer. Yeah, even if it's not a damage upgrade, it is a flight upgrade now. So that's something. Okay, so it was... Which way was it? I think it was this way and then to the east? Yeah, it was through. And then there's a giant stone head just to the north of here. Yep, okay. Here we go. Alright, there's another page in here somewhere. I can't do anything with these, though. And there's... Oh, I need the Firefly gun. That's probably what those are. So I need to get the Firefly launcher. Which, according to a guy in the village, was... this hut, kind of in the center of the screen. Allegedly, that is where the Firefly launcher is. Okay. So I guess that's next. Alright, so I need to head southeast. We'll be able to test out our damage upgrade here, hopefully. Alright, well that's a one-shot now. Didn't used to be. Okay, southeast. South of here? East of here. Interesting. Okay. I don't like how long it takes for that map to load. That's not a good look here. This might be bombable? Sure, let's... I don't think I've been down here. I have not. I would have remembered this. It looks like this is just another extra crystal piece thing, which I am not gonna go for unless it's required at the end of the game. Okay, I remember this screen. We've definitely been here before. And that means I've probably been down that hole. This looks maybe familiar? I haven't been to the Pig's Pen or the Bamboo Grove, so we'll go here. I only went straight to Monkey Village last time I was through here. Eat my pets, special prize, sure. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright, I defeated him. Oh, sick. Okay. Alright. That's, hopefully gonna be a good way to farm money. Okay, Fortune Village. I remember that being mentioned as a place for a key item. And I don't think there's a good reason to go to Bamboo Grove right now. So Bamboo Village, or Fortune Village was south? Southeast. Yeah. Which is probably not this way. This is southwest. Or maybe it is? Okay, well we need fireflies anyways. Okay, so that must be the secret weapons lab that that was mentioned. So in order to get to the secret weapons lab, we need the fireflies. And I believe the fireflies are in Fortune Village, which should be this way. I should probably be writing this down, but it's fine. It'll be okay. I will remember all of this. Bamboo Grove, okay. So do I need to remove the monster? Food rations running low. Get rid of that menace. So would you most prize? Okay. So now I have a reason to go to Bamboo Grove. Okay. Let's see what else is here. Okay. Are these toads from Mario? I'm gonna talk to the rest of those. Okay, so this is where we get the bug launcher. Okay, I guess we're heading to... Where does this go? Okay, that goes underground to probably another secret thing. Just make sure, though. Fucking bats. Video game bats. The worst thing. What's the point of this? There's a bunch of bats? And that's it? Is there an obvious crack in the wall somewhere? Is there a crack in the wall in the darkness down here? Okay. Must be a plot cave, I guess. Alright, so we're going back to the bamboo forest. Which is here. Okay. Perfect. And we're at full health. Great. Statues. An armless gardener. The dank dungeon. He clearly has arms. Alright, sure. Alright. Save the game here. Okay, that's where we'll call this for tonight. I will absolutely remember everything that I need to do next time on Monkey Hero. and we're a third of the way through the game at least. Right? According to the timer. Sure. Alright. Stop the timer there. Okay. Alright. So that'll do it for tonight. So yeah, we started and finished Burning Rangers. It was pretty good. It wasn't amazing, but it was pretty good. And then we are almost 3 hours into Monkey Hero. It's a game, sure. So next time, the next stream, I will be playing for, I think, maybe 2 to 3 hours, probably, if I had to guess. Half-Life Alyx. That game releases at 10 a.m. my time, which is in 5.5 hours from now. I'm not going to get up and stream it because ruining my sleep schedule of a VR game is probably going to give me an aneurysm, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be streaming at the normal stream time, which is around 10-ish p.m. my time. And yeah, I'll be spending the first half of the stream with Half-Life Alyx, and then the second half of the stream is probably going to be more Monkey Hero for PS Explosion, because I've been derelict in my PS Explosion duties for the past like 2 weeks as I've been doing Half-Life stuff. So yeah, that'll be the plan for that tonight. But that will do it for tonight, though. I'd like to thank you all for watching. Hope you have a great day, night, morning, evening, wherever you are. Stay safe out there. And I'll see you next time. Take care.